Could it be you? Sunlight begins to fade now, and I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe. And it's you I'm loving,
let's get this show started. The Chillest podcast, episode 17. Welcome, everyone. Holy moly. Well, welcome. Hope you guys are all doing well. Thank you so much for joining us today. This is the Chillest podcast, episode 17. Massive welcome to everyone. This is a special episode tonight, streaming in 2017. It's a special Q&A. And this episode came about because we thought a lot of people tended to submit questions, or usually during our previous episodes, submitting questions. Sorry guys, my cat is awake. I really didn't think she would be awake this early. Anyway, so we noticed that people submitted questions usually during our show in previous months, and we thought that we would do a special episode where we collect questions ahead of time from you guys, and then we just answer them for the show. So, that's what we have for this month. So if you guys don't know who we are, first off, we are the Chillest. We are a stream team on Twitch focusing on positivity, welcoming communities, high quality content, and just overall really solid content in general. Not all of us are the same content per se. Some of us are variety, some of us are speedrunners, some of us are creative. There's really good stuff, really good mix. And there's 18 members of us on the team, actually. It's pretty hype. We actually added a new member recently within the past week or two. And so that's really exciting. But that said, we're going to go around and do a quick round of introductions if you guys don't know who some of us are. And then we'll get started. So we're going to do this clockwise. I don't know if you guys can see where you are on the stream, but we're going to start out with Tashnar.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tashna. I'm primarily a creative streamer, but I'm on a massive Fallout 4 kick because I'm obsessed. Really enjoy it. We're really positive. We also do like to relax, but panic when there is Deathclaws. So don't join in that bit. We have a lot of fun, and if you want to join us for creative, that's a lot of fun to learn new things. It's really cheesy. I'm gonna stop now.
Good stuff. And then there's me. I'm next. So I'm Snowlit. I am the creator and the leader of the Chillest. I am a variety broadcaster, streaming full-time, usually every day but Sunday. And I stream action/adventure RPGs and story-driven games in general. So recently I've been working on the Kingdom Hearts series. I've also been doing a lot of Persona 5 and the Crash Bandicoot remaster on PS4. So stuff like that. And I like turtles and snowboarding. So that's me.
Okay, my name is Sophie. I stream 7 nights a week, and I'm currently a full-time Final Fantasy XIV broadcaster. We mainly just focus on community and positivity and enjoying the wonderful game that is Final Fantasy XIV.
Is that all you want to say about yourself?
That's all I got.
Also, she's wonderful and adorable, and you should check out her stream.
She has great emotes too. You should know.
I am Kira Corellia. I'm a variety streamer. I play all kinds of different games. I also do Lego from time to time. So if you, like me, you have not quite grown up all the way, come and stop by my stream and we'll do some Lego together. I also focus a lot on community interaction, being a big goofball, and entertaining my cats while we stream. See, here's Phoebe. So if you, like me, are a crazy cat person, you can do that too, but only on my stream.
Snowy's breaking stuff.
Codex.
That should leave me. I'm Codex Reaper. I am a late night US caster. Technically variety, but I have been sinking a lot of hours into Final Fantasy XIV. Really been enjoying that. I narrate everything. If a game has quest text, I'm going to read it. The 2 games I've been, 3, I've been doing things in Final Fantasy, reading all the quests. I've been doing Sunless Sea, which is an indie game. Those of you who have been watching me know what it is, but it takes from...
You're on a boat.
I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat on the sea, under the earth. It's actually really awesome. And there's eldritch horrors I have to avoid. Been doing that and then been doing Subnautica. So I tend to, been doing a lot for team, but I do other indie games or things where there's a lot of stuff for me to read. I've also almost forgotten what it's like to use webcams. It's all these lights around me right now. But that's what I do. And that's who I am. We keep it chill, keep it relaxed.
Who are
All
you,
right.
Snowy? Who are you?
Sorry about that just now. I hit the wrong button. Sometimes that happens. But anyway, so that would be all of us. If you want to get links to our channels, !podcast at any point during the show, and you can follow all of us. We are not the only ones on the team. Like I said, we have 18 total members. Fantastic content in general. Amazing broadcasters. You're guaranteed to find something you enjoy among our team. So check it. That said, without further ado, like I said, this is episode 17, where we took questions ahead of time. We started about a week ago, taking questions via a Google Doc form. And first off, massive thank you to everybody who did submit questions. We got quite a bit, and we're going to just go through them, kind of just as we received them in the order. We didn't really organize them ahead of time because we didn't receive too much to handle, I think. So I think it'll be good because not all questions are going to require a ton of time to answer. So here we go then, I guess. All of you guys have the Google Doc form?
Yes.
The spreadsheet? Sweet. All right then, we're going to start out. This is a question from Hooded Ornament asking, is making a budget hard when tips come in randomly?
Yep.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
I've learned not to count on donations at all. The only thing that I count on for my income is subscription fees, because, generally they kind of go, up and down. But they generally stay around the same amount for me every month. If nothing else, then they go up a little bit. So that is my income. And then tips are either just a little bit extra, or that's the money that I set aside to pay my taxes. And then bits are just kind of like a whole nother beast.
Yeah, that's the way I look at it as well, to be honest. It's hard. You can't you could get a lot of tips one month and then absolutely nothing the next. So it's hard. You can't really bank on that.
Well, I mean, in any context, it's hard to build a budget around a system where there's so much flux in terms of, what could happen on a month-to-month basis. And you have to deal with flux, generally speaking, but with things like tips especially, there's some parts of Twitch that have more variability. Donations and bits are one of them. So building it around tips, donations, or bits, going off of subs is more reliable, generally speaking, than the others on average.
Yes, same. It's like it evens out, and you kind of know what your average is for the sub count, so you kind of know what it's going to be. Bits is everywhere, but I always say, I always like to have a good little nest egg sat there that I don't touch. So just in case, you never know what's going to happen. So while I budget, I always make sure I have exactly that amount spare as well. So that's important.
I agree with what's been said so far. The thing with streaming is that, from month to month, your income will vary. And even with subscriber and bits income, that's also going to vary, because not all sub counts are going to stay the same or keep growing. And so it's just rough in general. I personally don't make a month-to-month strict budget, but I do generally keep an eye on things and see how things are going throughout the month as I stream. And if I feel like, it's not enough, then I try to, move things to expenses to other months or to later months if I can, ahead of time. But that's just the hard thing about streaming, is that there's no guarantee. Everything is up in the air always when it comes to money. Mm-hmm. So it's a challenge. It's always a balancing act. So.
And even when you can identify certain patterns, like for instance, one thing that streamers, partners, and now affiliates, it affects us too, is there are certain months, there's an ebb and flow, and people notice patterns at different points during the year. Summer tends to be dry, or their holiday months closer to the end of the year tend to be good. But even then, you can't predict specifics. There's going to be variance even when you can get general guidelines. That's probably about as good as you're going to be able to get just predictively.
Yep, so that answers that question. Moving along then to, this is a question from Warlord32. Where do you all see yourself in terms of streaming in 5 years?
I think that's a really difficult question to answer because we don't even know where streaming is going to be in 5 years. I mean, if you were asking, like, where do you see yourself in terms of computer programming in 5 years? Like, that's a lot easier to answer because computer programming has been around for, like, 70 years now? So, but streaming has been around for 7 years now. So that's really difficult. I mean, I think we've kind of talked about it before. I would love to ride this train as far as it goes, but who knows, you know? Who knows?
Definitely. And there's a lot of real life factors as well that can play into it. Like, do you want to do a degree and go and do that? Do you have time for streaming as much as you had before? Like, I am a caregiver, so it really depends a lot on how that pans out over the next 5 years. So there's a lot of variables in it. Like, as Kira said, I'd love to do it all the time, but I think I'll be crafting forever. But we don't know what it's going to be like. I mean, Twitch is 5 years old. So we don't know how, in the last year, it's changed so much. We don't know where it's going to be in. I'd love to, but 5 years is a long time. Who has plans? I don't have plans. It's hilarious.
I think I speak for all of us when I say we all hope that we're still streaming in 5 years and still, enjoying it and being able to live off of it if we're full time and stuff like that. So it's hard to say. 5 years is a long time, especially considering how some of us, like, we just kind of go week to week with our schedules, right? So, yeah, who knows? I guess the answer to that is who knows. Unless you guys have
right now, those who are doing streaming on Twitch are literally writing the book in terms of what it means to have a career in live streaming. Mm-hmm. The book is not written. We don't have examples to go with. People that are doing it right now you can't help but make it up as you go. The closest that we might be able to do would be able to make comparisons to previous mediums such as, TV or radio. But that's about as good as you're going to be able to get. And even then, you're just coming up with examples. There's so many things that streaming is bringing to the table. I mean, like, Twitch is only 5 years old, like others have just said. And look at the changes over the last year. I mean, even the past few months. I mean, when this year started, affiliates weren't even a thing. Now we have affiliates that have sub buttons, and we still have half the year to go. There's a lot of ground that's left to be covered just in terms of what Twitch is doing on their side, let alone what the culture is going to turn into and what casters are going to be able to do with this.
And not only that, but I know Codex mentioned, I'm going to get a little serious. I know Codex mentioned affiliates being a thing now. I mean, we don't know, how far that affiliate sub button is going to go. And by that, I mean, people could unsubscribe from partnered streamers to subscribe to affiliates. You want to support your friends, and that's a great thing. But that could have some real effects on people who do this professionally. And then this might not be as lucrative a job anymore. And because that money is being spread around so many streamers, some people who do this full time might not be able to afford to do it anymore. And I'm not saying, that it's a bad thing that affiliates have buttons. I think it's a great thing. I was a small streamer once, and I would have killed for a button. I'm just saying, Twitch is an evolving monster, and we don't know where it's going to be next month, let alone in 5 years. So who really knows, how long this is going to be a job option, let alone if this is something that, we could make careers of.
Yeah,
well, go ahead.
I just feel like just specifically what comes to mind is like Twitch Prime. I know we're kind of going off base with like the whole Twitch changes thing, but I just feel like Twitch Prime and bits like that all happened recently, and I feel like that like changed a lot. And then the affiliate buttons, like I feel like every month things feel like they're changing. So I don't know. I can barely think like a year ahead with it,
I mean, Twitch Prime, what was it? Came out at TwitchCon, so that's like 9-10 months ago.
Yeah, less than a year ago.
Mm-hmm. It was announced at TwitchCon last year.
Yeah, and how different it feels from that, and as Kira said, like affiliates was sort of not really mentioned, and then all of a sudden it was there, and everyone's like, whoa. So we don't know what is in the works. We don't know the plan, but as I said, in terms of career, I think a lot of people can sort of make connections in the industry and then start working with games companies or similar. And that could be how they go forward with streaming and working, I guess. So it is an interesting little ballpark, but you never know.
What you're going to see is there is the need to adapt and adjust on the streamer side of things is, as always, but especially as Twitch is changing more, that's going to become more important. Like Kira touched on the question, not just touched on, you went further into it, the idea of the money being spread around. I've seen the people bring, like, I think it's, on the one hand, I do think it's a valid concern. If you only have a set amount of money, set amount of people or potential viewership, that's true. In any market, however, the question then becomes, can you expand the viewership? One of the things that I think I've even talked about this, I know I've talked about it in my streamer and conversations, I don't know if I've talked about it in a previous podcast. One of the things that I have thought is going to happen, or is going to have to happen for Twitch, is they're going to have to expand. The idea of who watches Twitch is going to have to continue to grow. The amount of gamers tuning into Twitch is going to be a big thing, but inevitably, people are going to have to find a way to expand beyond just the core gaming audience. Personally, I think the creative streams are well equipped to potentially do that because it could have more of a broader base. But that's what's going to have to turn into, and I think we're going to increasingly see a push, or at least interest in Twitch, because up until this point, Twitch has mostly been a gamer thing. What we're probably going to have to see is that definition of the audience expand. It's the general, I mean, put very simplistically, the answer to the problem of limited money or limited viewership is to expand that, grow your market, grow interest, and expand out. That's what Twitch, specifically, that's what Twitch streamers are going to have to do.
Yep.
Very good point.
We need all the grandmas to join me knitting.
Tell your grandmas about creative streaming.
Do. Have a great time.
Very good stuff. So moving along, this is a question from Nanua. When starting out, would an overlay be necessary? And if so, do you keep it simple or detailed?
When I started out, I didn't have much of an overlay. I had the few things, but now it's different than 2.5 years ago. I think you don't need one, and a lot of people like a decluttered space. I mean, I clearly don't, but on a stream, I like it to be quite clean. You get to see most of the gameplay, if that's what it is, for example, which is why a lot of people use green or blue screens, so you can see more. So I feel like maybe it's different for creative and gaming. Creative, you want more information of what the past projects are and what we're doing right now and things. But with gaming, you can go as minimalist or as over the top as you like, as long as it's tasteful. But to start out, it's not necessary.
I don't think you ever need an overlay, not even when you started out streaming. I started out without an overlay, and people talked me into getting one, and I hated it the whole time I had it. And then finally one day I just turned it off. I didn't tell anybody about it, and nobody noticed. And I didn't say anything about it for a week. And then I said, so have you guys missed the overlay? And there were people said, I didn't even notice it was gone. And since then, the only time I put overlays on are for special event streams, like if I'm doing subathons or something. But otherwise, I do not like overlays. It's fine on other people's streams. You do what you want. But personally, I just love to have me and the game, because I really feel like the stream is about the game, what I'm playing, or what I'm creating, and my interaction and my interaction with the audience, the stream, the viewers, and my reaction to the game. Those are the two most important things. The other stuff that happens, subscriptions and follows and hosts and stuff like that, those are all wonderful things. But I don't think that I need them on my screen. I don't think you need them at all. So if you don't like overlays, don't feel pressured. You do you. You do you.
I've always felt like overlays are kind of like an as you need it sort of basis. And I mean, that's a personal thing. Like you have to decide what you personally need. And I feel like when you're starting out, there's probably, you don't really need much on, like, it kind of like comes as you go, you know? Like I feel like you kind of realize as you go, like, oh, I would like this on my screen. Like this is important to me, or like people have wanted, or I've wanted this. And I feel like you kind of figure that out as you like get through streaming. So I think it's better to start out personally with nothing and then figure out if you'd rather have nothing consistently or if you'd rather have something on there or whatever works, really.
It's like until you realize that you desperately need to show this thing. Do you need it though? I mean, I like minimalist overlays though, so unless it's retro, don't stretch that on the screen. It will look bad. Use an overlay for that.
For me, it's interesting because we're talking about overlays and what is visually shown. And for me, in many ways, I took a step back and dialed it back. I had, by taking out my webcam. For those of you who don't watch, I deactivated my webcam, and I haven't used a webcam on stream in maybe a couple of months. And I did that for a couple of reasons that I had intentional. It was an intentional decision. I wanted to have less light, wanted to have less on screen, less cluttered. And for me, I think that's worked really well. The overlays that I had before were pretty minimalistic. And right now on my screen, sans webcam, I only have, the alerts that pop up, you only see those when I get, follows or subs or hosts. So that counts. The tip jar or the bit jar. And I also just added a event ticker. That's it. At any given point, it's just 2 elements in the game. My personal feeling is that no overlay or element like that is ever required. Few things in Twitch are actually going to be required outside of a mic. Personally, I would say the only thing that is really required to do streaming is a mic. Everything else is up to you. But generally, I do think that minimalistic is, if you're going to err on the side of having a lot versus minimalistic, go with minimalistic. A, it's cheaper. B, it's much easier to manage.
Yeah,
especially if you're not a graphic designer, all that stuff on your screen can get very cluttered and very ugly very quickly. So when in doubt, go without.
Yeah, and you always gotta ask yourself, would you want to watch a stream with as many overlays or as much detail, etc. on the screen as you're trying to do? Just kind of put yourself in your viewer's shoes, and if it's too distracting or if it's too detracting from the gameplay, from the rest of your actual content that comes from you, you might want to reconsider. So,
and that's a different point, but watch your content back to see how it is, which is important. Always important.
Keep in mind, gamers, we generally are just used to the game overlay anyway. And I don't think you're really going to find people on Twitch that are like, the game isn't enough, you should have stuff. It's like the lack of things are distracting. No. There are things that can be helpful and useful, but gamers have been looking at just straight gameplay footage as we've been playing it for as long as games have been around. So if it ain't broke.
Very good points. All right, moving along then. This is a question. We actually have a couple questions here from Phil, CKD. So, since streaming is hard to do sometimes, even money-wise, what were your first computers you used while saving for new ones? We'll go with that question first.
Terrible machine. I drove mine into the ground. It died. It was like a 4 to 5 year old PC, and I didn't know what thermal paste was. Never mind that you were supposed to redo it. So it got a bit sad about its life and said, I'm not doing this anymore. And I had to get a new one. I made a new one. It's fine.
The rig that I've been using and the rig that I used before, $700, probably including the monitor. And it runs most everything just fine. Obviously, if you're trying to do, the biggest determining factor in whether or not it will work is the game that you're running. If you're planning on doing Overwatch at maximum specs, okay, that's gonna hurt your wallet just a bit. But if you're gonna do, indie games, or if you're doing console games and you're using a video capture card, the PC does not need to be that expensive. It's not as daunting a thing as you might think.
I don't think about how much mine was, and it's fine.
You don't need a very expensive PC to be able to stream by any stretch.
People stream on laptops still, and like I can stream on my tablet. So
my first stream PC, I actually bought my whole setup secondhand off of Craigslist. So I tried to do it as inexpensively as possible because I was broke. And I used that stream PC up until it died about a month and a half ago or so. So I was super lucky that I had a gaming PC backup rig. But I am a big believer in, doing things secondhand. Get it as cheaply as possible. As long as it runs, then who cares how much it costs, right?
Yeah, I just had a laptop. I don't even know what it was. It was a while ago, but it was just a laptop ad, and I just hit start stream, and I don't know, it went. There were a lot of things I couldn't do on there, but I don't know, you kind of you try it, and if you look at your VOD and it's a slideshow, you don't play that,
Yeah, for me, I actually built my PC before I started streaming. It was before I even had the intention of streaming. But because I could, I decided to try it. Since then, I've actually, most everything that I'm still using now is what I had when I started, except I did upgrade last year my motherboard, processor, and graphics card, and RAM. Everything else is the same since I started like 2.5 years ago. So, you don't need a beast PC per se. I mean, you can start with, like Kira said, you can get secondhand stuff that works just fine. You don't need to buy everything at the start either. Keep that in mind as well. Some people think they gotta get the green screen and the cameras and a fancy mic and everything, and you don't need to do that.
Just
you can start out, baby steps, and then upgrade from there. So. That's it. Anyone else have anything?
No.
No, we're
Try
good.
it out. If it doesn't work, then you've learned that it doesn't work.
All right. Well, moving on then. Phil's second question here. Were there times that you felt like you needed to take a break from streaming or just take off entirely?
I'm not going first this time. I keep charging in.
I've never felt like taking a break from streaming. I did take a small break once when I had a death in the family, but other than that, I'll take like a couple days vacation. But I just hate. There's a lot of pressure that I don't know if I don't know how much viewers really know about it. It's okay. So partnered streamers, we're really under pressure to keep our sub counts up. Especially those of us that do this full time. When we take days off, we lose subscriptions. And some days it's 1 sub and some days it's 50 subs. And so we are really under pressure to stream all the time and never take vacations and never take breaks, which is very, very unhealthy, of course. You should always have vacations. So when you say, have you ever thought about taking a break? Well, I think we all think about, take a vacation or, hey, I'd love to take 2 weeks off and go on vacation or something. But the reality of it is, the money we make, we're not making if we are not live. And, those Twitch Prime subs, those expire automatically. If you're not live, chances are they're not going to renew. And if they're not renewing it on your channel, there's a good chance they're going to be renewing that somewhere else. So as a partnered streamer, not only is it very scary to take a break, but you feel a lot of pressure not to take breaks at all. So it really just becomes this balancing act of, trying to maintain your mental health while still, streaming as much as possible.
It's not even necessarily always being live. It's always been on the stream mindset as well. Like we're always on Twitter or on Discord or watching the streams or thinking about how we can improve. There's no time where for me, there's no time where you're not thinking about it. And that can burn people out. And sometimes you just need a day or half a day where you read a book, sit in the bath for 2 hours, whatever you need to do. But
and
if you think, yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, this isn't a 40-hour per week job that we do. This is way more than that. Like the time you see us streaming, that's not all the time that we work. We like Tosh said, we're networking with other streamers. We're talking to sponsors. We're setting up affiliate links for our streams. We are on social media. We are on Discord. There's so much more that goes into this. And that just scratches the surface. Like there's so much other stuff that we could be doing, like, researching new stuff for a stream, setting up merchandising stores, stuff like that. This is not a 40-hour per week job. We work so hard off of the stream, and people don't see that work either. So even if, I'm going to take the day off streaming, chances are we're not taking the day off from the channel. We are just not live that day.
Day off from the camera. So.
Right.
Big sigh.
Yeah, very good points in general. I've definitely had times where I just took random breaks throughout the week, outside of my normal schedule that I do, because usually I take one day off and I try to be live 6 days a week, but there are times that I'm like, no, I just don't feel it. I'm going to take today off too. And that's entirely fine. I feel like if you're out there and you're wondering whether, you should take a day off because you're not feeling it or you got things to do, like, I think you definitely should never hesitate, because it's for your own mental health, I feel. And we'll talk about mental health later and stuff, but like, it's so important to one, be at your best that you can be, especially for your streams, and two, to just allow yourself time to I guess decompress from everything, because like Kira said, it's not just the time we're spending when the stream is live. There's so much more to it, and a lot of people don't realize that, and they don't realize just how much stress there can be overall. And so breaks are good. Personally for me, it used to be where I felt like I had to stream, and I used to actually stream 7 days a week, and I did that for a few months, and that was terrible. I don't recommend that. Do not recommend. And I decided to take 2 days off, and then I went back down to 1 day off, because like Kira said, sadly, unfortunately, if you do take a day off and it's your full-time job, you're not making money, you're losing. So it really sucks that it's kind of like a double-edged sword, but that said, don't be afraid to take mental health days for yourself. That goes for any job, really, but especially for streaming. But yeah, there's that. Anything else to add before we move on to the next question?
We think to go to the question of, are there days where you don't want to, like, you feel you want to take breaks or don't want to? Oh yeah, absolutely. There have been, but I'll say there have been plenty of nights where I have not been feeling it, and I made the decision to still stream. Like, there are days when there are days when you need to take a break, or it's good to take a break. There's gonna be plenty of other days where, am I feeling this right now? No, but I'm still gonna do it. I'm gonna push through this, and I'm gonna make it happen. I've lost count of the nights when I've done that. Sometimes they've been good nights, other times they were a slog to get through. The reality is you're going to have those nights all of the time. You can't just stream on the days when you feel good. I mean, that's not how you're not going to really be able to do anything we're talking about things that are like an artistic or self-employment endeavors. Okay. In any other context, if you only did your work, if you only move forward on the days when you were feeling it, you're not going to get much of anywhere. That doesn't mean you push yourself too far. That doesn't mean you don't take time off, but you're going to have and you're still going to have to push through that and still do what needs to get done.
I think on the other hand as well,
I'm sorry.
Sometimes I can really not feel like I can stream, but I do. And then the chat and the community like lifts you up, and you like 7 hours later and you're full of energy, and it's really surprising. So sometimes I try to push through it unless I feel absolutely that I need to have this time. And I know when we were going through a lot of health issues in my family, like it was so nice to step away from that and come to streaming, even if I was like a bit tired or they were shorter. So it can be definitely like think about it, but if you feel, I don't know, give it a chance sometimes. Like Corey says, like see how it works, and if it's detrimental to your mental health, or you really just need to have a big nap, then go have a nap.
Very good points. Anything else to add? No, we're good. Okay, moving on then. This is a question from Onyx Lupo. He's actually got a few questions. One, what got you started in streaming?
I watched the stream and I thought, I like Friends. I'll do that.
Yeah, I just was playing video games with someone, and they were like, "Hey, there's this thing you could stream it," and I was like, "Oh, okay, I guess I'll give it a go." That was that.
I'd seen streams do it, some friends, and then others that I'd just encountered. Eventually, I'm like, you know what? I could do this. I like games. I like talking. For better or for worse, this is something that I could do. I'd done things, with production, with media, with communications, with radio before. So I'm like, look, I'll give this a shot. This looks like this could be fun. And it's just kept going on since then.
As for me, I built my PC because my laptop I used to game on overheated and it wouldn't turn on or stay on for more than like 30 minutes. And so I was like, well, I'll just build a desktop PC. So I did. And then I found a game called Warframe. Started playing that for a couple weeks, and then I decided, I'm just going to stream it. Why not? And then it just kind of took off from there. So. Did Kira tell?
No.
Yeah.
I have a friend who is a streamer as well, and for a year he bugged me. He kept bugging me about streaming, and I thought it sounded super creepy. I was like, strangers on the internet are going to watch me play video games, and that thought did not appeal to me at all. So for a year, I was like, no way, no thank you, I'm good. But finally, after a year, he wore me down. So I got, like I said, I bought my setup secondhand off of Craigslist. Thought I was going to be a StarCraft 2 streamer because I love StarCraft, the original. But turns out I'm terrible at StarCraft 2. Even though I was really good at the first StarCraft, I'm awful at StarCraft 2. So instead, I started playing Borderlands 2, and the rest is history. But if you don't know, you could come to my channel and ask anytime.
Sounds good. Moving on to the second question from Onyx Lupo. What kind of advice would you give, whether technical or ethical, to someone interested in starting to stream? I guess just one piece of advice that you want somebody to walk away with when they're like, oh, I'm going to start streaming. Just one thing to keep in mind, because this is a very broad question.
We're all like,
well, I can think of several different pieces. I'm just trying to figure out which. I mean, there are I'm curious to see what we'll all answer. The truth of the matter is, I wouldn't just start with one. I would give a couple, but the truth is, there are some encouraging things that I could say, and there's also some come to Jesus moments. Like, you need to get this in your head and realize, okay, this is not going to be sunshine and rainbows, and you need to understand this. Both of those are very real, and I'm trying to figure out which one I would want to. I'm still thinking through which one I would want to go with there.
I guess for me, make friends, start out with this lovely idea of playing video games with people and chatting, keep that ideal, and I guess sort of have your ideals and keep revisiting them as you continue, and perspective of what you want to be like, I guess. But that's a real life thing too. Like, if you want to be a good person, make sure you compare to see if you're still a good person, because you can branch off, but you can change positively and you can change negatively, but if you have that perspective, so always, I don't know, check yourself.
Yeah, actually, the one piece of advice I was going to give is to watch your own streams. Make sure you turn on your VODs so that it will save the recording of your stream, and then go back and watch it and critique yourself, and make sure that you're keeping like a good list and a bad list. Like, what things are you doing on your stream that you as a viewer would like? It could be, oh, I really like the way that I'm responding to new viewers, or I really like the way that I react when I die in the game or something. And then, have the bad column as well. Here are some things that I could work on, or here are some things that I absolutely should never do again. I think it's really important to critique yourself, because if you're not making sure that your stream is something that you would want to watch, why would anybody else want to watch it? If you don't even want to watch it, why would anybody else watch it? So just keep it, don't be too hard on yourself, but take a moment, just watch your stream and make sure that you're giving yourself a list of things that you can work on to keep improving what you're putting out there.
Yeah, I feel like it's also super important to have an idea beforehand of, people are going to come into your chat, and I've seen a lot of times newer streamers don't really have an idea of what they're okay with rules wise, because I feel like it's really easy to fall into the trap of, I have one viewer, and even if they're a complete butthead, I'm going to leave them in my chat. And I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's not like the advice I see most often given to new streamers, but I keep seeing it over and over again. And I think it's good to have an idea of what you want, like in your chat, what you're okay with beforehand. So, like, someone comes in my chat and says this, like, I'm going to get rid of them if they're being inappropriate.
Yeah, you set the tone for your chat. So don't let people get away with stuff that you don't want in there. If somebody sees, if person A is, using foul language and you don't want that in there, if person B comes in and they see person A using that language, then they're going to start using it too, So
Exactly.
you absolutely have to set the tone.
I've timed out Danny like 3 times.
Only
Just
3?
one of my
Wow.
mods. Sorry.
Only 3 times? He's behaving.
Yeah. No one's above the rules. No one's above the rules.
I think the advice that I would give, I'm paraphrasing this because I saw this way back before, and I tried Googling, I couldn't find it. Earlier this year, Streamlabs, I think they posted a tweet actually. They said that looking at channels that started in January of 2017, like newer channels of people that had picked things up, within the first month of new channels formed around that time period, like December, January, they said I think between 80 to 90% of them stopped. It took a month before they ended. If you want to do things on Twitch, and this is true even if you just want to do it for fun as a hobby, but you want to continue doing it. So this isn't just if you want to be a partner or do things in affiliate. This is if you want to be consistent with it. You're going to have highs, you're going to have lows, ups, downs across the board. You're going to have to stick with it. Every single person on this, and that ebb and flow never changes. I have talked with, partners, people here on the Chillest and others who have been doing this for the longest time. That saying good night, bad night routine, it's just as true of them as it is for any other smaller stream. So plan on persistence, plan on sticking with it. Those rough nights are gonna suck. You're gonna come in and you're gonna have, when you're starting off, you're gonna be elated when you hit 5 to 10 viewers. But plan on that and be willing to stick that out. Try to see, don't focus on finding success or finding your breakthrough tonight or this week or even this month. Take it one step at a time, but try as best as you can to see the bigger picture and then focus on that. Look at yourself, like say after 3 months, how have you been improving? You can look at things in a shorter period of time. Sure, you can look at a month period, but look at it in 3 months. How have you improved? What have you done? What has worked for you? What do you like? And then critique yourself on that. But that's going to be the reality. Is you're going to have to look at it beyond just the scope of, all right, did I find success this week? It's much bigger than that.
Pretty much everyone said what I was going to say, but I will add on that consistency is huge, especially while starting out, even if it's just 2 days a week. Because if you choose not to, if you just choose to stream one day you're like, oh, I want to try streaming, and you liked it, but then you don't stream again for another 2 months, and then you stream again 2 weeks after that, and then you stream 3 weeks after that. That lack of consistency will actually get you nowhere, unfortunately. So consistency, in my opinion, is huge. So that's the one piece of advice I would say. Even if it's just 1 to 2 days a week, stick to it. Do it, because otherwise, you're not going to see the results you're wanting to see. So. That said, last question from Onyx Lupo. How do you sort out your finances in regards to streaming? So it's a general finance question. It's a little personal, I guess, but If you have anything you guys want to say generally to this question.
I mean, try keep like business and personal finances separate as much as you can, and keep records of them like as you go, instead of doing everything like quarterly or like at the end of the year, because that's a nightmare. And if you're not sure about something, do go see a professional. Like, I've got a tax person doing mine. I'm not doing that. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to do it wrong. So it's always better to just double check, and try keep them separate camps.
In addition to what Tasha said, I just have an Excel spreadsheet with my expenses in it, and if I've spent money for the stream, like I've done giveaways or I need to buy gear or something. Also, when I make money, I'll put that in the spreadsheet as well. Something like QuickBooks would work better, but I mean, I already have Excel, and it does the same thing, just a little bit more work. So I think that the real takeaway here is make sure that you are keeping track of your expenses, and don't wait until the end of the year. Trust me, I did that like my first year of streaming, and it was terrible. It took me like 8 hours to do my taxes. It was nonsense. So just try and do it as often as possible, even if it's like once a week. Put everything in your spreadsheet or your QuickBooks or your notepad or whatever it is that you're using, so that when it comes time to do your quarterly taxes or your annual taxes, then everything is in order and it's a very painless process.
And you want to keep track of your receipts and stuff, because you don't want to lose track of that stuff. If you buy a really nice computer, anything for stream, just keep track of that receipt and proof that you purchased it and all that stuff.
Another good thing, I think, in addition to keeping records, is to, like, if you receive donations or tips, whatever you want to call them. I prefer to call them tips, but when you receive them, don't immediately spend it. It's not a good idea at all, just because, there are things like chargebacks, unfortunately, that could happen. You might see, like, unforeseen things that you have to, spend that money on, and it's best not to be like, oh, I want to go spend it on this, like, sweet pair of shoes I found the other day. Just hold on to it. Sit on it for at least 3 months, preferably 6 months. I know that sounds like a long time to sit on like a $5 tip, but trust me, you don't want to spend it immediately. Not a good idea.
And also, like I mentioned earlier, nest egg. Meeting hula hoops. Nest egg. You never know what's around the corner. So if you can, try put a little bit away from your allowed expenses each month. So you have this sort of backup in case of emergencies, or you really want to go to Twitch.
I feel like we could almost do an entire topic on finances, because there's just so much that a lot of us have learned as we've done it, or have experienced as we've done it, and things like that. And it's just you just got to keep in mind that even though you're not doing it as a full-time job, you're likely still going to have to pay taxes on what you earn from streaming. And even though people like to call them donations, they're not technically donations when it comes to tax jargon. Because the only people that can claim donations are registered charities. And trust me, most people that are streaming on Twitch are not registered charities. So be careful, because getting involved in legal trouble like that, you just don't want to. Just straight up.
There are more categories than simply and this is where the tax code becomes a crazy nightmare. This is the US side. I have no idea what it's like in the US, but it is more than just a charity or a business. You also have hobbies, and the taxing not regulations, but like the taxing expectations are different from hobbies to business. Now, the definitions, you have to make sure that you fall into those in terms of time, money, purpose. I think if I remember, hobby, I believe it can qualify as hobby if you spend more than you take in, something like that. But it is complicated, but there's several different layers to it. You do not initially, like, if you're just, as I understand it, based on how I've filled before and based on how I've looked, if you're just getting started and you like you're doing things that is more of a hobby, you can fill that under hobby. You don't have to treat this like a business initially. There's more to it than just that. So make sure you look at your state laws, make sure you look at the federal laws, and just filter into those. But there's a lot of different options that are out there that you can file. I mean, you can file for. Normally, you can choose to file for, as with many things in taxes, you can do multiple things, but there's some options that will save you more money than not. So just look at it, and if you have to err on the side of, err on the side of caution.
Definitely good points. So then I guess we can move on to questions. These are some questions from Liam Piper. What are you most looking forward to in regards to streaming for the rest of the year?
I mean, like, we just did a science fair, and I loved that. I had so much fun. So I'm really looking forward to doing similar but different event streams like that. I've already got something that I want to do. So figuring out how I can do that thing to do that, I'm super excited. I'm already like, yes. I'm not telling you what it is though, but it's going to be cool.
I look forward to streaming games and Legos for the rest of the year. I actually I have a stream calendar on my channel. There's a little calendar link, and I fill in whenever I know that there's a game coming out. If I know the release date, then I put it on my calendar, so it's all on there. There's a list. I don't know, a bunch of stuff. Mostly games and Lego. It's all games and Lego.
Yeah, I don't have any. I don't think I have anything like specific I'm looking forward to. Just
Final Fantasy 14.
I mean, it's a lot of the same, but that's good. I'm excited about that.
That's MMOs in a nutshell.
That's what I signed up for. So
Pretty much, yeah. I think for me, there's not a specific game as much as I'm looking forward to, as much as for me, one of the things that I've been really trying to find as a caster is that rhythm, that zen, if you will, a consistent pattern where I feel like I'm. You have these moments and these times as a streamer where you can feel like you're spinning your wheels, and these times where maybe the going's rough, but you feel like you're in the zone and you're making progress. And I've hit this point for me where I think I'm finally starting to work several things out in terms of how I carry myself as not how I carry myself as a caster, but my presentation style, branding, etc. So what I'm looking forward to most, based on like the lessons that I've learned as a caster and moving forward. I mean, I recently moved into doing things on Twitch full time. But if I'm looking forward to anything, it is leaning more into, the lessons that I've learned and finding that consistent rhythm that I can carry with me and just gathering momentum, moving forward, and having the consistency that I've been really trying to find. There's a couple games that I'm looking forward to, but honestly, it's just getting into patterns and rhythms more than anything else.
I'm looking forward to TwitchCon, just saying, because nobody's mentioned that, and I was like, that's related to streaming. But TwitchCon's huge. It was a lot of fun last year. For anybody who doesn't know, it's going to be in Long Beach, California this October from the 20th to the 22nd. I actually have a chat command. You can type !TwitchCon in chat. But it's definitely, it's a lot of fun. It's a huge way to meet up with your community. It's a huge way to meet up with your streamer friends, to network, to meet game developers, sponsors, potential sponsors. It's a lot of fun, and it's definitely it's a convention all about Twitch. So I mean, if Twitch is a big part of your life, then do consider going. It's great.
Super excited.
I know, it's gonna be so good. Okay, so moving to the next question then. What was the first game that you streamed? This should be a quick answer.
I streamed WoW for like 5 days, and then Skyrim.
League of Legends.
The truth is out.
For me, it was Hex Shards of Fate, digital card game, out of Kickstarter 4 years ago, 3 years ago. Technically, yeah, that's what it was.
I did Shadow of Mordor for about an hour, and I realized I wasn't getting viewers that way, so I played Borderlands 2, and bam, it was like instantaneous. Everybody was like, sweet Borderlands, let's do this. It was nuts. And then I streamed that for like 3 months. It was awesome.
For me, it was actually also League of Legends, but I was way before I started getting like really into it. I was just like random, once every like 2 weeks kind of deal, randomly. Cool. So then the last question from Liam. What 3 tips would you have or give, I think, to someone who is looking to share their stream on social media?
A big one, I think, for like Twitter would be to use a photo or a GIF with your tweet. So those are a little bit more attention grabbing than just like, oh, here's a line of text. So that's one tip from me. So you guys, 2 more. Or is it 3 tips each?
I'm eating snacks. I'll be
I
there.
think
in
we
a
could do
sec.
3 total, because 3 tips each is a lot.
Well, there's my one.
Well, I would say for sure to definitely have Twitter. If we're talking about the type of social media as well, Twitter I think is a must-have. Even if you hate Twitter, which I know some people have told me they just absolutely hate Twitter and they refuse to make an account. But if you're gonna be streaming and you're wanting to take it even as just a hobby, it's great to have a Twitter because that's how you communicate and that's how a lot of people keep track of streams and tune into streams and know that you're live and stuff like that. So
I've got one more. Don't just use your social media to advertise your stream.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, all right,
Make
you
it
take it
personal
then.
too.
Go for it.
Back and forth. Don't just use your Twitter to promote your stream. Personalize it. Like if someone just posts every day on Twitter saying, "I'm live now," I'm not gonna be interested. I'm probably not gonna follow him anymore. I think really boring. Tell him about your day or who
Put
does
some
it should
memes
be?
on there.
Or
Put
even
some
like
memes on and stuff.
Cats. Don't just
Cats.
retweet things. Because I can just follow the people you're retweeting if you
Right.
just retweet all the time.
Yeah.
at the very least, I would say like if you are posting a lot that you're live, like personalize those posts. Don't just like put your stream link and like live. Put like I'm doing this because of this and it's fun within 140 characters. But you know, you gotta fit some like fun, exciting comment in there, maybe with a picture and then like your link and like a hashtag or something.
Hashtag
There we go.
snacks.
Good
Not
points,
too
good
many
points.
hashtags.
Hashtag snacks.
Yeah, don't use too many. And one more thing. Actually, I know that's more than 3 tips, but
We're
don't
just
tag
doing
other
loads.
streamers when you're going live. Don't do that.
Don't,
You're like,
unless
I'm
you're
going
playing with
live.
them.
Let's tag every streamer I follow. Don't do that. Just don't do
Unless
it.
you're like
No,
co-streaming with
no.
them. They don't
Unless
need
yeah,
to
unless
stream.
you're co-streaming
Yeah.
or doing a multi-stream. Otherwise, don't tag them just to tell them you're live in the hopes that they'll retweet you. That's a big no. Just don't do it.
No.
Yeah, not only will Senpai not notice you, but Senpai will not retweet you. Senpai will
Senpai
not
will
come
judge
see your
you.
stream. It's just annoying.
Nah, done is what they'll say in chat. But
Moving on then from Misbehaved Chimera asking, how did you deal with low to no viewership when you first started out?
I think that like I got off pretty well because I'd already made a few friends beforehand that came to my streams, and like I told my friends to come and talk to me as well. So I did have low viewership, but it kind of, you have to get used to everything you say inside your head, say it outside all the time. It doesn't matter if there's no one there. It doesn't matter if there's one person there. It needs to be constant, because I said in chat earlier, there's like 10 to 30 seconds to grab someone's attention. And if you're not talking for the whole time, they're gonna go. Like they're never gonna say anything. So talk to yourself if you can't talk to other people, I guess.
For me, I kind of just like pretended I was making a really, really long YouTube video at the time. Like I wasn't really expecting anyone to talk back to me, but like if someone was watching a YouTube video and I wasn't engaging about what I was doing, they wouldn't watch the YouTube video. So I kind of just did that, and if someone did come in, then I would kind of switch to talking to them. But make sure you're looking at your chat though, because that I feel like that can be a bad mistake when you're starting out. You don't expect anyone to come in, so you don't look. And if someone does come in, like you gotta like grab them if they come in. You gotta like respond.
It's good training as well. Like if you start out with fewer and then gradually grow, instead of being like, here is 100 people, talk to them all. Right. So if you try and make, you say like that connection and make sure you are responding to everything, so you can get used to playing your game and doing your creative and also trying a lot. Sorry, I'm going to eat now.
I think learn to, the thing is, as a small, when you're trying to, I mean, I completely agree with everything that's been said. When you're dealing with low or no viewership, you have to, we as streamers, we like to be able to, the dream is, right, the typical dream is we have the chat, it's an ongoing conversation and back and forth the whole time. That's, I mean, great, but certainly when you start out and even when you keep on doing things, you are going to have to keep generating content yourself. No streamer is going to be able to get all of their content generation based on what the chat is doing. That's a misconception, and no streamer is going to be able to do that. Obviously, it helps when you have a chat that's going back and forth. But as a streamer, use that time to get into the habit or start the gears going to learn how to make content on your own. I mean, for me, my chats, because as an example, my chats tend to be pretty quiet because I have a lot of lurkers. I can get some decent numbers for that time frame, and my numbers are growing, but it's still very quiet. That's probably going to be the reality of me going forward. I have to, all of the skills that I got used to doing as a streamer when I had, 0 to 5 or 5 to 10 viewers, I still have to generate content all the time. That's the reality. That has not changed for me. And if I hadn't had the opportunities to do that as I was starting out streaming, getting used to figuring out, okay, I'm playing a game, I'm trying to do a stream of consciousness. What does that look like for me? What works well? How can I be entertaining? Because there's some people can be, they're comedians, right? Other people can just kind of talk about what's going on. They're more strategic. They're more calm. Figure out what that is for you. This moment right here as you're getting started is where you can start figuring out what works and what doesn't work for you. And you're going to continue using that as a caster. Even if you go all the way to partnership, what you learn right now when you have no viewers, when you're trying to get in viewers, you'll be using that as long as you're doing things on Twitch. That won't change.
Very good points.
Just a quick note. I know a few people mentioned just talking to yourself when, there's no activity in your chat. And don't be embarrassed or afraid to practice that off of the stream. While you're playing video games by yourself, then just practice this stream of consciousness. Whatever you're thinking, then say it. And that's content for your stream. Obviously you want to try and be entertaining when you're doing it. So don't be afraid to practice that off the stream. So then, like, oh my God, that was stupid. I definitely won't say anything like that on the stream, or, oh my God, that'd be so funny. I wish people were here to hear that. Just practice. It's a little weird at first, but the more you do it, the more you get better at it and the less awkward it feels when you're doing it on your stream.
And for the love of glitch, do not complain that there's no one there or that they left.
That turns people off so very quickly. And here's the other thing that I will say. Looking at the quietness of chat and drawing a correlation, a direct correlation between the activeness of a chat and the number of viewers you have is a rookie mistake. Never make that. I can't tell you the number of nights where my chat has been, it's been dead, and I've assumed, okay, there is barely anybody in, and I've looked at the stats later and I'm like, holy cow, where were all these people? Or I look at the list and I'm like, all these people are watching me. What the hell? Where do they come from? You do not underestimate the power of lurkers. Never do that. Never. Lurkers are going, the reality is lurkers are going to take up the vast majority of any channel. Even if you're looking at like the top 5 channels. I mean, let's just use an example of, man versus game. I've tuned in him, watched him before. He's a guy that has thousands of people watching. Okay, then look at his chat. It's a very active chat. It is not 3,000 people talking in his chat sort of active, right? Even in something like that, the vast majority of the people watching, they're lurking.
And
That's what it's like on Twitch.
it might be tempting, but it's just a bad idea to go into your viewer list and call someone out or say like, if I go into a stream and someone immediately says like, "Oh, I see you've entered the stream, Spoofy," I'm like, "Oh, nope, now I'm leaving." Like, it's just really uncomfortable. You don't want to let them talk if they want to talk.
Something that you could do to encourage chat is to have a list of questions that you can ask, when chat dies down, but have an answer for them yourself as well. So they could be really any kind of question. You could ask like, "Oh guys, I could really go for some ice cream. What's your favorite ice cream flavors, guys? My favorite flavor is blah, 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 blah." And then, but I'm also really partial to blah, blah, blah. And then that could end up being a 10-minute conversation on ice cream. And having a list of these questions beforehand takes the pressure off you to have to think of something in the moment that you guys can talk about. And then that also might encourage some lurkers to talk, but don't feel discouraged if they don't. Because some people watch your stream while they're doing other things. They're working, they're doing chores. They literally have their hands in the dishwater. They cannot chat with you. So don't feel discouraged. They're there because they like you. They just can't or don't want to chat. And that's not a problem. But, you could encourage chatting by just asking open questions. Don't mention them by name. But yeah, just have some questions that you can ask to maybe jumpstart the conversation. But don't feel discouraged if it doesn't work. Just keep trying.
And popular topics as well. Maybe there's a new game coming out that you're looking forward to stream, or there's something on the news which is utterly ridiculous, like a penguin was surfboarding. How crazy is that? So even if it's just closed, just a topic rather than a question as well, there is so much info you could do. Or I went to go see Wonder Woman. I don't know. It's a good idea.
And look for opportunities to engage with your chat. I mean, if chat is talking about a topic, or if there's some conversation kind of lingering on something, use that, leverage that. If a couple of people are talking about food, bring that out. If people are talking about a movie, talk about that. Talking about a game, look for generate opportunities, and then look for things that your chat is talking about. Because there'll be times where chat is kind of talking about something, maybe between the two of them, and then you can mention something, and it turns into a whole load of conversation you're having for 20 to 30 minutes. Food is always a popular topic. Just as a pro tip, you cannot go wrong with talking about food. More than anything else, people will come out of work to talk about food.
Hey, how do you guys feel about pineapple? No, I'm not going to say it.
Don't say it. Don't say those
I'm not going to say it.
It's like the most heated conversation about food. Anyway, so good points there. I don't have anything to add to that, but very good points. Moving on then to the next question from Chen Chen, asking, is it more damaging to stream sometimes? Like to stream when you're not in the mood, like when you're in a bad mood, and then to cancel your stream for the day. Is that a bad thing?
It depends.
It depends on like what the bad mood is. Like, are you a bit low energy? You're a little bit tired, but sad. But if sometimes I get really grumpy, and I know that I'm terrible. So if my patience is minus, right? And I know I'm being unreasonable, but if someone were to say something and it annoyed me slightly, I would. So that is the day that I don't stream. But if there's a day where I'm a little bit low energy, maybe I can get hyped up. It depends. I would say if you're in a grumpy ass mood, then that's probably a day to not stream for me. But if I'm just a bit tired, we can just do something chill.
Going back to one of the previous points that I made, there are going to be days where, saying I feel bad, that's vague. There's so many, there's a lot of ground to cover there. My perspective is, and this is how I've operated, and this is what I would tell the casters. Again, if you approach this as if you should, if you think that you should only be streaming on days when you feel great, there's going to be a lot of days you don't stream because something is going on during your day. Something 10 minutes before the cast, like 10 minutes before the cast happens, something throws you off. Okay, you are going to have to, I mean, all of us have streamed on days where honestly we probably didn't feel up to it, and maybe it came down to a last minute decision where we're like, okay, screw it, I'm still streaming, the show must go on, sort of thing. Figure out what that is for you and where your lines are, but no, you will, my thought is stream on days even when you don't feel great, assuming that it's not a huge thing. If you can stream, if you can honestly look at yourself and how you're feeling and you say, I can stream with this, do it.
I feel like it's not bad sometimes too to like, you can kind of test the waters with yourself. Like if you're not feeling great, you can be like, all right, let's do a stream. And then an hour or two in, if you feel like you're just really like it's not good and you're feeling like awful, or you feel like you might snap at someone like Tashnar said, which is probably like, I feel like that's one of the things I'm most worried about. Like, I feel like we can do things or stream or whatever when we're not feeling well, but you definitely don't want to take it out on anybody else because that's just bad. So I feel like you can kind of, but if you stream for like a couple hours and you feel like that might happen, then you can just say like, hey, I'm going to end early.
I also, I like to share with my viewers when I'm not having a great day so that they know, if I'm acting a little weird, then that's why, guys, I'm really sorry. I'm super grumpy today. So if I say something that's mean, please call me out on it. I definitely don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, because I agree. If you take days off every day, you're feeling grumpy. I know for me, there's always something going on in my life that's making me grumpy. So it's like every other day I'd be taking off stream.
Mine's like, if there's extreme grumpiness where I know I'm really unreasonable, then I'm like,
some
I
days,
can't. It's
some
nobody's
days,
fault.
Just take a day off some days.
Very rare though.
If you're making a habit of it, then I think that you really need to look inward and see what you can do to improve your mental health, because you might be taking on too much if you're just having this issue, every single week where you're feeling like, oh, I need to take off streaming. Maybe reevaluate your schedule. Maybe you're streaming too much. Maybe you have other obligations that you've overcommitted yourself to those obligations. So you might need to look at other aspects rather than just saying, I'm going to take the day off today. That might not be the answer. That might be, a Band-Aid on an open, gaping wound.
Very good points. Anything else to add before we move on?
Yes, as well. Like if you do, for me, if I have to take a day off, like yesterday, I had to go caregive. Like I was an hour in, and my nephew cut his hand open, so he had to go to hospital. So I had to go caring. So I felt really bad about that. So I'm gonna try do more content on a bonus day. So it's not ideal, and it's not ideal if you have to take days off because you're a bitch. But it can happen. And maybe you could do something to sort of negate that feeling a little bit more somewhere else when you are feeling up to it. And like Kira said, don't just do it if you're in a bit of a grumpy mood, but if you feel you can't control yourself, then it's probably good. I don't know. I'm gonna shut up. I want a cookie.
Good points. So moving on then to the next set of questions. This is from Carillion Gaming, asking, what is the best way to gain viewers? I know this is not an easy question to answer because I don't think there's a best way personally, but what are some good ways, I guess, to gain viewers?
The caveat that I'll make before we do this is that part of the thing is that you have to, I think most of us recognize this, but we don't necessarily, someone needs to say it up front. Recognize that getting viewers is not entirely in your control. It's up to them choosing to come on in. So viewers are not like, there is no formula that says if you do X, you will get viewers. Not the way this works. You're dealing with, there are strategies that can attract people to watch you, but it's always, just recognize that it's not entirely in your control. Like with a bunch of other things.
Person on the planet, and you just might not be discovered. It's one of those things.
Exactly. The converse can also be true. There's people who, who knows why they're doing this, but there they go. They have hundreds of thousands of people. That is life. That is Twitch. That being said, there's strategies that you can use that lend more easily to attracting and pulling in an audience?
Like when you first starting out, you could test out different schedules. Try be consistent for like at least a few weeks, and if you don't feel like it's working as much, you could tweak the hours, maybe tweak the days. But I feel like consistency it's like someone described it once to me as it's like being a television show. If a television show is on Wednesday at 5, and then the next week it's on at Tuesday at 2, and Thursday at 7, and you're like, well, when is this? When is this happening? I'm so confused. So consistency in that as well, because then people can return as well.
I agree with everything that's been said so far. And I'd like to suggest also ask your friends and family if they can open up your stream, and then they can just mute it. Don't have them pause it because then they don't count as a viewer. But then have them mute it, but leave your stream playing. They don't have to watch you actively, but that adds a viewer to your viewer count. And if you're playing a game that a lot of other people are playing, that can really help you out because you'll be all the way down at the bottom of the list with the 0 viewer streamers. You'll be a little bit higher with the 4 viewer streamers or the 5 viewer streamers. And so people are more likely to find your stream if you already have some viewers, and that person might be a lurker, they might be a chatter. But the fact is that it's easier for them to find your stream if there are already a couple of viewers in there.
And we touched on it before, like networking on social media, like make friends with people, not necessarily to get them to come and watch you, but to make friends. You can watch their content. If they want to, they can watch yours. And it becomes a nice little pool of people, and not even streamers, but like a pool of people that you like and hopefully like you. Maybe you just tweet, maybe your Instagram is a hedgehog, and you have the hedgehog on the stream one day. You can be like, my hedgehog's coming in the stream. They're like, wow. But use the power of social media.
And I feel like people talk about all the time, what game is going to get me the most viewers? And like, I'm constantly seeing like posts with like algorithms and websites and figuring out like what game is going to be most successful. You have to find something that you want to play. Probably it's going to be not the best down the line if you choose something just because it's a good stream game. That being said, there are definitely games that are not so, like, there are games that maybe are like really unfindable on Twitch, that if you are going into this saying I really want people in my stream, you might want to steer away from those, but try to find something maybe there is a community but also something you really like.
I'm gonna chip in and reiterate what Tash said about networking, because I mean it seems like such a daunting thing especially for new streamers. They think networking and they're like, oh god, where do I begin? It seems so intimidating and stuff, and there are good ways to do it, and the best way I think to look at networking is to treat it as you're making friends. You're making friends with other streamers on Twitch, and here's the important part though. You're making friends not with the expectation of hoping they'll host you or raid you and grow your stream for you. That is not a good mindset to have. Make friends with streamers because you actually like them as a person and streamer. Not because you're trying to get them to host you and raid you and grow your stream. Because if you go around networking with that expectation, you're gonna get disappointed. Because usually when you become friends with streamers and it becomes something really amazing and organic and it's really well done, the support comes naturally. Not always, but more often than not, it comes naturally. And so don't underestimate the power of that, because those friendships you make on Twitch will last beyond streaming. And that's huge. That is massive. So keep that in mind as well.
The natural support, I think, is an important factor, because I think most people, especially people that are pursuing Twitch more seriously, we recognize that networking, you're making friends. We also want to, each of us grow our communities. We recognize that, there's no point in hiding that. But for a lot of us, the reasons, like for me, the reason that there are, when I do networking, I'll find casters that I'm interested in, casters where I'll be like, oh, I like this person. I like their style. I like who they are. I like their personality. I like them. I'd be interested in getting to know them, but I'll throw them a host. I'll tune in. I like what they do. And it's really, and sometimes it's reciprocated. Other times it's not, but it's important. Like what Snowy's saying the problem is the expectation. If you expect that if I do this, then they'll support, that's not quite how it works. It's one of those, if the connection is there, it's more of an unspoken, this is what happens. And we're all on board with that.
Very good points. Moving on to the next question from Krillian Gaming. So is it better to just dive into it and stream as much as possible, and then try to be consistent, or what? And well, okay, let me reword that. Is it better to dive into streaming and just to stream as much as possible and try to be consistent with the amount of hours streamed?
I feel like you can give yourself way too much to do by doing that, and things can come up that you don't necessarily anticipate, or you don't make time for yourself in that because you don't think about it. So, I mean, even if it's just starting out, as Snowy said earlier, like 2 days a week, at least be consistent with those 2 days and those hours. And then if you want to increase it or lessen it, you know, it's not too bad. I think I started out with 4 days, and sort of changed the hours and stuff as I went on. But sometimes if you wanted to, I know Snowy streams 7 days a week. Sometimes I feel like that would be too much, and you don't know what's going to happen. Like maybe your friends invite you to the beach, and you're like, well, I gotta stream. So make sure you have some free time for other things as well. So personally, like, be consistent with the hours, but it doesn't have to be all on all the time, or you'll hate it.
I agree.
People also forget, I think, that burning out is a big thing that can happen on streaming. People don't think that, oh, you know, I love video games and I love, you know, playing them all the time. I'm never going to burn out if I stream. No, you can and will. If you just dive into it and stream like 15 hours a day every day, like that's just not going to work. So
as well, having time away from it gives you more content, because you can go back and be like, oh, I'm so fresh, I have all these stories. But if you're always there all the time, I just don't think it's as personally interesting. I don't think it's interesting for me. But
I've always been, I think there are differing opinions of this, but I've always been a fan of like consistency to an extreme over how many hours you put in. Like if you're going to start out, I think it's better if you feel like you only have like, I don't know, however many hours. I think it's better to put in, I'm going to stream these 3 days and stream for 3 hours on those 3 days every week. And I feel like that's much better than just streaming like 8 hours, like once every 2 weeks. It just, you're not going to have people coming back. It's just, it gets really awkward for people who want to come back to your stream and watch your content. So I just think that setting up a schedule is really good from the beginning if it's possible, or at least having some sort of idea of when a certain time you're generally live.
very good points. So moving along then to the next question. This is from Pooey1 asking, for a small streamer who has under 30 followers, how important are things like alerts and panels for growth? Or should attention be put elsewhere first?
I think that stuff is super important. I mean, when somebody stops by your channel and you're offline, how your profile looks is an advertisement for your stream. If it looks like garbage, people are going to think your stream is garbage. You want that to look really nice. And you don't have to necessarily hire somebody to design that stuff for you. There are a lot of free resources online. You just search for free Twitch graphics on Google, and then bam, there they all are for you. That stuff is really important. You want to make your stream look as professional as you can, to entice people not only to come check out your stream, but to stay there when they get there.
Yeah, and make sure you, if unless there's some weird reason why you wouldn't, make sure you do turn on the saving of your VODs. Because when I go check someone out, if I go on, or if it's someone I've been following a while, if they don't have any VODs, I assume they've not been streaming, right? Or if I want to check someone new out that I haven't seen, I can't see their content, and I don't necessarily know when they're going to be there, or if I'm going to be free to check them out at that time. It also gives a good indication of what your main content is, like creative or Fallout or, you know, simulation games. It could be anything. So I think that having at least some panels with information, maybe a quick about, a schedule, what you want to do with the channel almost. I'm gonna throw this one out there. Don't just put a donate button and that's the only panel you do, because that's not good.
Especially that one default PayPal one with the
Don't
pictures
do
of
it.
the credit cards.
No.
I can't. That one bothers
No.
me.
That was the elephant in the room. It's gone. So yeah, try give it like information so people can see what you're about. Also, please make sure the VODs are on. Again, alerts. You don't have to have alerts. I know lots of streamers that don't. But it's just an easier way for you to say thanks, I guess. But panels, yes.
Yeah, I agree. Panels are definitely, like Kira said, they're an advertisement for your stream, especially when you're not live. And like when people, and the thing with VODs as well, both panels and VODs are extremely important to have because, you know, when you're not live, there are people more likely than not who will find your Twitch page. Believe it or not, there will be, especially when you grow bigger, and you definitely want to have something there to represent yourself, so you can entice them to follow and then come check you out when you are live. And I agree, alerts are not required, but I think alerts are more of this is a way for you to hype it up when something happens, like when a follow happens or a sub happens. You know, it's nice to generate. It helps generate the hype for your chat and for your community, and so. But that said, they're not required. Panels for sure, VODs for sure.
Even something as simple as, like, before I did anything with alerts, I would have MooBot, which if any of you've used it, you have the little, it gives an alert noise when somebody follows or whatever. And I would just shout out, it whenever it would ping that, you'd hear it on stream, and then I would just, thank the person for following. Something as simple as that, just a bit of a cue to, show the appreciation to the person. That's just fine. You don't need to. One of the mistakes that I still deal with this, but especially as a newer streamer, it can be very easy to look at, partnered streamers and big streamers and think, oh dear God, I need to have A, B, C, D, E, F, G all figured out and posted. No, you don't. Just do it one little bit at a time. You don't need to have every single graphical piece, 10 different panels, a donation for PayPal, website, Twitter. Take 3 things, like just 3 individual things, maybe a couple of panels, like start with 3 panels, and then maybe use something like MooBot, something simple so you can at least recognize, or some other bot that will help you recognize people when they host or follow you. Just start with that, get something done, get the ball rolling, and then work on things over time. You'll overwhelm yourself if you try to do everything all at once.
Break it up into overlay stuff, like start with what you need, and then if you feel you need more, you can add more. But yeah.
Very good points. So moving on then to the next question from Voodoo Angel 07. If you're just starting out, what advice would you give to someone who wants to go between YouTube and Twitch? And would the same equipment be okay?
Depends on if we're talking about live streaming or like live streaming on both places, or if we're talking about live streaming on Twitch and then uploading VODs, or doing like different video content for YouTube. Like typical YouTube content you pre-make and you upload it.
I think like most people have a semi-decent PC to stream, so you could use the same things to make YouTube videos and edit the content. I think for me, how I feel about it is if I want to I feel like you need to focus on one. So I used to upload like scary games to YouTube, but I stopped because I felt like I wasn't giving the YouTube subscribers personalized content, but I didn't want to spend the time off Twitch making that content because I want to focus on Twitch. So I'm trying to utilize the hands camera recording and edit them, and that works out a little bit better. So I think you need to, personally, unless you have like 3 people on your team to do half these jobs, I feel like you need to focus on one and see how you can grow that rather than trying to do both and having both mediocre. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Guys.
Well, I don't know if any of us can speak about streaming on YouTube, but I assume you can use the same equipment,
Probably.
Yeah, I mean, it must be the same.
more likely.
Probably.
But how about like if somebody's just starting out, so they don't necessarily have a following on Twitch, they don't necessarily have a following on YouTube either. What would be your advice?
Pick one.
Like try focus on one and decide like how you do content better. Like I find it really bizarre to like sit and not have anyone to bounce off if we were talking pure old style YouTube like videos. I find that really strange. But if that's your thing and you're really good at editing, and that'll be perfect for you. Pick one. Pick what you prefer. You can try out both. But I don't know. I feel like pick one and try grow that.
I think it kind of depends. I don't know. I've seen a lot of people do both, and generally there is a different purpose for each one. Like I think that usually I see people, doing Twitch and how we know Twitch and playing games, but then if they have like more like a guide or concise content about what they're doing, they'll put it on YouTube and have that sort of content over there. I think that like I always do feel weird when I go to a stream and people are they're streaming it to both, and then like they're like, if someone says something on YouTube, they're like, you hear that response but you don't see both chats. I always feel really weird about that. But I think you can definitely try both, and then if you feel like if you feel like you're putting mediocre content out or you don't have enough time for both of them, then yeah, definitely pick one, because you don't want to do half-assed on both of them.
Yeah, that's what I was going with. Yeah, and I think we can say it for other platforms as well, not necessarily just YouTube. Same with Sophie. When I see that they're streaming on like 3 different sites, for example, I'm like, you can't. I feel like a community is spread out across those places, and it doesn't feel concise. And as an affiliate, you're actually not allowed to dual stream. It's in the agreement that you guys.
Oh yeah, no, you can. I mean, that used to be partners, but me as an affiliate, I cannot do any other live streaming outside of Twitch. So that's the thing. There is long term, even in short term, given how easy it is to how fairly open the requirements are for affiliate, you will not be able to do that long term. So more than ever, pick one and go with it. It's the rules of the game, quite literally.
Very good points. All right, so moving on then to the next set of questions. This is from Gargantuan Poppy Seed. What has your approach or philosophy been when it comes to approaching and cultivating sponsors for your channels, i.e. software companies, hardware manufacturers, etc.? And what role do you see sponsors playing in your channels? For example, some streamers rarely mention sponsors but have the info printed in their panel overlays, while others have a bot occasionally display sponsor info or links in the chat window. Thanks and keep up the great work.
No,
I don't have any sponsors, so
Yeah.
I mean,
I
guess
have
can,
affiliates.
I can
Same.
speak to that because I'm actually sponsored by Blue. Hey, this is totally not part of the plan. But no, Blue's actually my first sponsorship. And the funny thing is they approached me rather than me approaching them. So keep in mind, that's one thing to keep in mind as well, is that as you stream, not only are there viewers, like, everyday gamers like yourself watching you, but there are also potential sponsors and other companies that are watching you as well. So that's something to keep in mind, because they can and will approach you if they find that you fit what they're looking for. So always hold yourself professionally and present yourself professionally. That's definitely some advice I give there. Secondly, do a little bit of research. Like if a sponsor reaches out to you offering sponsorship, do some research. If you're not familiar with the company, what are they about? What products do they make? What are they? And then whenever you discuss with them, ask them what terms and conditions and what they expect essentially from the sponsorship. And because in the end, the reason a company wants to sponsor a streamer or any kind of content creator is because they're looking for something in return as well. Usually in the
was,
form of marketing and advertisement. So there's that. I don't have any experience as far as actually presenting yourself to sponsors. I will say though, from what I've heard, is that it's good to have a media kit, kind of like in advertising. A media kit is a concise document or set of documents that tells the company quickly information about you. So especially numbers. They want to see numbers on this media kit. What are you about? In a lot of cases for a Twitch media kit, some people might not be familiar with what Twitch is. So maybe a blurb about what Twitch is. You can actually use the Twitch about page. There should be an about page on Twitch somewhere that gives info that you can put on your media kit. Like, you know, the number of followers you have, the channel views you have, if you have subs, number of subs you have, and then your social media accounts and how much you have on those as well, follower wise. So that stuff is really important. I actually made a media kit, but I haven't given it out yet. So
I think you touched on it a bit, like what is the mutual benefit out of, like, if you're approaching someone, especially if like I want some free perla beads, but like I'm not going to present it like give me some free stuff, that's weird. But if I'm referring a lot of people to the site, maybe we could work on like an affiliate. Maybe if I get 100 clicks I can get 10% off. Think about how the company is going to get a benefit from it, rather than just being like, hey, I want some free stuff, because that's not going to work.
One of the things that's important to include in your media kit is what you're willing to do for a sponsor. Are you willing to do sponsored tweets on Twitter? Are you willing to play ads for them during your stream? Are you willing to do weekly giveaways? And think about what exactly you are willing to do for a sponsor and where you feel like, okay, that's the line in the sand. I don't think we should play their ads during my stream or something like that, and then make that list. And even if you don't have a media kit, have that list handy. And don't be afraid to approach sponsors. Even if you're a smaller streamer, if it's something that you're really passionate about, you talk a lot about on your stream, you always use it on your stream, maybe, for example, I think many of us are part of the Green Man Gaming team, where we all have like a code and you click the link and then we get a little click, a cut of it. That's an affiliate, but you could potentially approach Green Man Gaming as a sponsor. You'd say, hey, I use you guys all the time. I always buy my games from you. Here's what I'd be willing to do for you. Here are my numbers. Let's talk. Let's see if we can make this work. And the worst thing they can say is no, but the best thing they can say is yes. So try it out. Even if you're a small streamer, you don't know. They might be willing to work with you. They might be really impressed with your content, with your passion, with the fact that you even approached them to begin with.
I think as well, as Snowy said, research. Don't just accept every random sponsorship email that you get, because some of them are kind of questionable. And if I go into a stream and I see that sponsor, I'm gonna be like, oh. It can have a look on you as well as a caster. So don't, research.
I mean, we've definitely turned down sponsors. I mean, we as a team have discussed on our team Discord. Like, we've been like, have you guys heard of this company? And then we just kind of look out for each other's backs there. But like, Tash is right. There are some companies that reach out for sponsorship that may not quite align with how you and your stream, your channel, your branding are. And it's definitely something to keep in mind. Don't say yes just because you see the word sponsorship.
Right. Two general rules of thumb. If it seems like it's too good of a deal to be true, probably is. And if at any point, you get approached, this, I would say this is more for as approach. If you're approached by another group, if you are approached by a potential sponsor and you're not certain about this, you have some unease about it, trust your instincts. Turning down an unknown or a sponsorship you're uncertain of is going to be a lot better than having to deal with a bad one that you've said yes to. So be very willing to trust your gut. If you're not sure about it, don't pull the trigger.
I think sometimes people think this goes without saying too, but if there is like a company and you don't really use their stuff or you don't actually like plan on using their stuff, probably best not to sponsor with them. I don't know, I've seen cases before where, you know, you get excited because whatever company is sponsoring you, but if you don't actually want to use their stuff or do you just want them to send you free stuff, it's not going to look good on you, and it might hurt you from actually getting sponsorships with companies that you actually do want to use their stuff and are passionate about. So
Yeah.
Very good point. All right. So that said, we are gonna do our mid podcast mid show break here. Usually we do this about halfway, or what we feel is halfway through the show. It's usually just a 5-minute break. So those of you that have been watching with us, thank you for joining the discussion as well. We will be back in 5 minutes. You guys can feel free to get a drink, get a snack, use the bathroom, do what you need to do, and then come back, and then we'll continue. We still have plenty of questions to go through. We've noticed a lot of you guys have also asked questions during the show. There is no guarantee we're going to answer everything we've gotten, but we'll try our best to squeeze a few of them in at the end. So, but that said, thank you guys for joining, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
We don't belong making ladders out of cowboy sheets. We will be gone while we're counting stars, they're counting sheep. Peter, all the rest don't make a sound. Just keep running and keep running and keep running. In our heads we're 10 feet off the ground. Just keep running and keep running. I'm growing old. In a different world, you stay the same. I just hold my breath, don't make a sound. I'm running, I keep running, I keep running. 'Cause I can see you quite as clearly now. I'm running, I keep running. But all that space between us, sleeping awake is where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you. You know that place between us, sleeping awake is where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you, and that's where I'll be waiting. 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 That's where I'll be waiting.
All right, the break is over. Time to resume the show. Thank you guys all for being patient and sticking around. We are finally back on. Welcome, welcome. So this is part 2 of the episode. We're continuing to answer questions we received prior to the show on streaming in 2017. So without further ado, let's move along. So this is a question from Gru Gamers Dan, asking, sometimes with communities, drama can spark, causing stress and heartache for all those involved. How do you normally handle situations like this? I understand this can be a broad question, so I guess I'm asking for tips on how you manage community drama or disputes.
So I haven't really had experiences between. Oh,
Can you repeat that from the beginning, Kira? Because
Okay.
I forgot I didn't unmute.
That's
We're
Tosh.
good.
it's okay. I was saying, in my experience, I haven't really had much in my chat between two other people, but you kind of try to shut it down and get them to take it to a private place. When I've had situations to where I'm trying to resolve something, make it private. It's not aired publicly. It's something you can do away from the stream. You don't have to tweet about it. It doesn't have to be on your live. And try and be professional, I guess. Like, if you know someone's telling lies about something, you could be like, hey, I don't really appreciate you trying to do that in my community. Can you not? That'd be cool. And try and approach it in a professional way, but in a firm, that's not gonna fly way.
Yeah, it's definitely something you want to deal with off the stream. Don't let that derail your cast for that day. And you can very politely ask, start politely and say, hey, I admire that you guys both have very strong opinions, but this isn't really the place to talk about it. Could we maybe take this conversation offline, or could we keep, come back to the topic at hand? And sometimes that kind of drama, you can just kind of reroute that back to, the regular like stream chat. And if they continue to pursue the drama, then just remember, you have timeout buttons for a reason. We hate using them on our friends and valued community members, but sometimes you get on a topic and it's something that someone is very passionate about. And I have been that someone, so I understand, it's easy to just be like, no, you are wrong and this is the reason why, and I need to tell you now. But it's very important that you don't let those things taint your stream, because you never know when somebody's coming in for the first time and you don't want this to be their first experience. And you also don't want this to be, your regular stream experience. So, try to push that to offline if possible. And if not, then, it's okay to just be like, I'm just going to give you guys a 5-minute timeout so that you can cool down. And when you're ready to come back and chat, just remember that this line of conversation is really not appropriate for the stream. Thank you so much, guys. Just try to be professional.
There are important things that are worth, maybe even for you, there are plenty of times that are worth bringing up and not minimizing, but that doesn't mean that they happen on stream. There is a time and a place for different topics, different discussions, especially when they involve other people. Time and place. And live streaming channel, like I mean, there are certain conversations that I will not engage with, and then make clear to my chat, look, we're not talking about these things. Like the first rule I have in my channel is no discussions about politics and religion. Both of those things are really important, but it's not the time and the place to have those discussions. That's one example. There's plenty of others that, may not necessarily be listed in rules, but same basic idea. And it's important to be able to protect that. When you're on stream, you are there for essentially for entertainment purposes. And if there are topics or conversations and drama that takes away from that or doesn't add to that, defend that. Stand up for yourself, stand up for your content. And most people are honestly going to be able to understand that, even if there is a disagreement.
I'd say just be careful of, I guess people kind of start trying to start drama for attention. I feel like that happens quite a bit on Twitch. Not quite a bit, but you'll see it from time to time, probably. Maybe someone, even so simple as someone getting timed out for something and then being like, why would you time me out? Like, I never did it, like it turns into a whole thing. Like, you kind of just gotta let that go. Like, don't engage that. It can get really bad if you start engaging it and then like everybody else starts giving their opinions. Just try to avoid the drama and the arguments and just snuff it out if someone continues on,
I think it's as a chatter as well, like we have mods for a reason. We don't want it to be like a pitchfork brigade. We have the mods for that job. And sometimes, you want to defend your favorite caster or your friend, but don't do that. If you have concerns, you can whisper a mod usually and say, look, this person is harassing people in whispers or whatever, and then they can discuss it not in the chat and not derailing what's happening.
And then it also goes back to, we mentioned it earlier in the show, how, you don't compromise how you normally run things on your stream for the sake of the one viewer, right? No, even if this person is somebody who has subbed to you before or has tipped or cheered bits or whatever, that does not give them a free pass to do whatever they want on your stream and break all the rules and cause drama. That is never an excuse. And you need to make sure you're firm with that, because if you allow people to get by and bypass all these rules and cause drama just because they financially support you in the stream, that kind of reflects on you as a broadcaster as well. So definitely that to keep in mind as well, in my opinion. Anything else to add before we move along? Very good. All right then. So this is a question from Diva2492 asking, what's the best way to start a stream if you don't have a camera or a mic and all you have is a console?
Just start. Turn on your console and go. If you've got a PS4 or an Xbox One, you can stream directly from it. I would recommend at least have your microphone on so that you can chat with people, and have some way so that you can keep an eye on your chat, a laptop, a tablet, a cell phone, something with your Twitch chat on it so that you can still engage with your viewers when they're chatting with you. If you're ignoring your chat, people are going to leave. I've done that. I've gone to friends' streams before and said hello, try to chat with them, and they'll ignore me for like 5 minutes. And then I just decide, well, if you don't want me as a viewer, that's fine. I'll go find somebody that does want me as a viewer. These are people that I really like, as people, just not as good at streaming. So just do it. Just go for it. Don't let your lack of computer and gear stop you from streaming, because it's not necessary.
I think a lot of people do content in different ways as well, and you don't have to have a webcam. Personally, I do usually watch people with webcams, and I do watch people with a microphone as well, but I really enjoy speedruns when it's quieter, because I get really involved in what's happening, and it's intense. But people enjoy things different ways. If you want to be all about the gameplay and you're still interacting with chat, which is an important part of live streaming, then I think you can do it how you want to do it. And if you decide to get a headset further on, it doesn't have to be top of the range, $200 headset or microphone setup for you to stream on a console. You can use, there's quite a lot out there that are at a reasonable price. Don't sound horrendous. Do check your mic quality though, and have that interaction available.
Very good points. So moving along then to the next question, or this is a set of questions from Gamer1. We're going to skip the first one because we already answered it. It was, how did you decide to begin streaming? But moving to the next question that he had, when did you realize it was time to make it full-time, for those of you that are full-time?
When I got laid off from my job, and no, honestly, I streamed for, 2.5 years before I could afford to go full-time. And if I hadn't gotten laid off, I probably would have still done both, just to try to get as many subscriptions as possible. I think, just personally speaking, it's very important to have a budget, with rent, phone bill, car insurance, whatever on it. And when you can pay those bills, plus put some away in savings, you've got a great savings account, at least 6 months worth of expenses saved up, then I think that you could be okay to go full time. So have that 6 month buffer and have enough subscriptions that you can pay your bills and your taxes. Don't forget about taxes. And then you can go full time. That's a very tall hurdle to leap. So don't just be like, oh, I got 50 subs, I'm going full time. No, it's not going to work out for you. You're going to need hundreds of subscribers. But I mean, I can't give you like a specific number. I'm sure somebody in the chat's getting ready. But how many subs do I need? I can't give you a specific number because it's different for everybody. Do your budget, and say, okay, well, I need $700 a month to pay all my bills. All right, well, then you're going to need at least $700 worth of subs, plus money to pay your taxes. That's like an extra 30-40% on top of that, plus money to put away, in savings and emergency fund, plus money for like your 401k. So it really just comes down to what your budget is.
For me, I was planning on doing it as I grew a little bit more, and I also sell a lot of crafts. I just hoard them right now, but I plan to sell a lot of crafts. But what did it for me is, not to be a downer, I needed to help my brother-in-law who was now got dementia. So I kind of had to not be in a standard job because I could be needed at a moment's notice. So for me, both. I can't work a normal job right now. So I would like to, so that I had a stable amount of money per month. But I can't. So I won't, and I'll just enjoy where we are, and we'll just do what we can do. Do science fairs. That's a job.
Yeah, for me, it was mostly kind of what Kira said. I just kind of saved up enough money beforehand that I had quite a few months that saved up already, and then felt like numbers were okay enough that I could live off of that. And I just also like, if you're able to, having a backup plan. I know it's like easier said than done, but having at least some idea of what you would do if it doesn't work out is a good plan.
For me, I am in a bit of an unusual situation, given that I am an affiliate and I am full-time, but it comes down to life circumstance and making a decision. Now, right now, I am doing school full-time, and then I am doing streaming full-time. I'm in a 2-year online degree to get business administration with an entrepreneurial emphasis as well. So I'm going to have that pretty soon. And so I'm in a situation where I do have savings. I've got a stable, affordable living situation. And so I made the decision that right now is I wanted to get the degree. The deciding factor for me was going after school. I wanted to pull the trigger on school right now. And given my other financial living situations, I could afford to do and give full-time streaming a shot, or try to make something out of that. And at the end of the day, I mean, financially, I am stable. And at the end of this whole process, I will have a degree that I will be able to use if I can't. Ultimately, I do want to find self-employment. That's my goal. If that doesn't happen, there's a lot worse things I could do than having a business degree at the end of the day that I could use to establish and jump into a career. And as a full-time student, for a lot of businesses, that's just fine. So resumes, anything like that, it is a bit of a unique situation, but I feel that I have the bases well covered. And at the end of the day, if I'm not able to do it, full-time or necessarily part-time even, I've got another option that I can jump immediately into that will provide career, and they'll provide me income. So circumstance, and I decided right now I'm not going to have a better time to do either school or Twitch, so I'm going to pull the trigger right now.
Cool. And I guess that leaves me and my story. I went full-time pretty much after I graduated and got my Master of Science degree. I, like Kira and Sophie, had saved up a bit, and I was like, even though I was originally going to go to school and get this master's degree and actually do something with it, I discovered streaming, and it was something that was surprisingly amazing, and I really, really enjoyed it, and it was growing a lot more than I thought it would, and so I've been sticking to it for 2 years since. So yeah, that just kind of, I don't know. I don't know if there was a specific time that I was like, I'm gonna make this full time. It wasn't like a crystal clear decision for me. It was again, I think a mixture of circumstance, a mixture of, if I don't do it now, when am I going to do it kind of a deal. And because I know I could do it, I made the leap. So I will say that in making that decision to become a full-time streamer, don't make that decision quickly, for anybody out there listening, because you will regret it if you do. Like if you're not thinking about your situation.
Yeah, like not just to the aversion. For me, I didn't go to university for the for the full thing, but that was before streaming. But please don't quit school, like especially if you're in like high school. Please don't do that. Always, it's all your eggs in one basket, and who knows where this basket is going to be in 5 years.
People make a bigger deal out of leaving a job to do full-time streaming. I'm on board with that. I think there's more flexibility depending on the situation. I will make a huge deal out of the idea of leaving school for Twitch. My opinion, there is never any circumstance for you that justifies quitting school to do Twitch. Short of you being that 1 out of a million person who's able to effectively get the equivalent of a full-time, like financially a full-time job out of doing streaming, even then, I would not recommend, I would not support the idea of leaving school to do Twitch. No circumstance is worth that, in my opinion.
Very good points. So moving on to the next question from Gamer1. What streaming hardware or software improvements would streamers like to see? I'm guessing this is a general, in terms of streaming, what would we like to see as streamers? Based on what we've gone through, what we've noticed, I guess. Maybe trends? I don't know.
I mean, Twitch are really receptive with feedback. I found so when I send them things, at least some of them have happened. So I like that. Just if you want to see improvements, I feel like you can suggest improvements or try to make them. But in hardware, I would like Logitech to sort their software out.
Can you
said
explain
that?
some reasoning behind that for anybody who doesn't know?
So for creative, obviously a lot of people have two cameras. Logitech does not play well with two cameras, especially if they're the same. And it is the bane of a lot of people's existence. If I use two cameras on OBS Studio, it blue screens my PC. So I had to get a new camera, which is not ideal. And a lot of other people have issues. So, I mean, if they could fix that, that would be nice.
I got an internal USB card, a PCI USB card, and that actually solved that problem for me. So I do use 2, sometimes 3 of the same Logitech cameras concurrently with that card. Pretty badass.
I got a workaround to do it, and I did try a USB hub, but it didn't work. The workaround works, so it just would be nice if I didn't have to do that, if it wasn't stupid.
Well, while we're on the topic of this question, have any of you guys used or been able to experiment with the Stream Deck? The Elgato Stream
No.
Deck?
I want it. I wish I could, but
Because everybody's been, using it and they're ranting and raving about how amazing it is, and I'm like, $150. Too bad I don't have
keep
that right
thinking
now.
about- I keep thinking about
a
ways I
super cheap
could use it.
Logitech one. There's a
Yeah.
Logitech one that's the same thing. Somebody posted
Really?
it in our Chillest Discord. Yeah,
And it
it's
doesn't
like
require Windows 10.
$58.
the Windows 10 requirement makes me sad. I'm like, it's 150 and Windows 10.
Windows 10 is not as scary as it seems, though.
I just
It's
don't
not
want
as
to do
much-
it.
Yeah.
Basically,
I'm like,
clean
what am I?
install. Oh.
Yeah, I'm like, what am I gonna break trying to get this fixed? Oh, good.
Maybe I lucked out. I don't know. I've had Windows 10 since 1 year ago. So
Yeah, I can go on a bit of a rant, but I'll save that for another time.
Well, I mean, if you
wow.
guys had a Stream Deck, would you guys use them? Do you think?
If I had one, yes. Oh, I completely saw I saw the value in the tech the minute that it was announced. I'm like, that's amazing. I can I wish I could get this right now. I can't. That piece. I mean, if I had Windows 10, I would have bought one already. I mean, the technology and the power that it gives you on a creative basis, yes, absolutely. Necessary? Of course not. But it gives you a lot more power at your fingertips that would be not impossible, but difficult to do without. So no, it really does up the game in a good way, in a pretty big way. So yeah, I think it's a really useful piece of tech.
Cool. Okay. Did anybody have anything else to add to streaming, hardware, software improvements?
I would love for them to work out that whole webcam that has a built-in green screen thing at some point. I would love to not have all of everything. I know that's people have tried them and they don't work that well right now, but maybe one day. That'd be nice.
Yeah, I heard the one camera that was released that had that built in wasn't that great. Apparently, it doesn't work as well as you might expect.
I mean,
Or
I
hope.
didn't expect it to work well, so.
No, me neither, but be cool.
Well, moving along then to the next question. Why do streamers pay for emotes instead of asking their subs to create some?
I think emotes are quite for me, they're quite a personal thing. So if I have an idea of exactly how I want something and I want it to be across the board, I mean, I do have a few different emote artists, but if I was unhappy with something and I wanted to change it, I don't know if I'd feel comfortable going to it. If a viewer or a sub made it, I don't think I'd feel as comfortable going to them and saying, look, here are some changes that I want to make it, rather than going to a professional that I am paying to make it and say, look, this is what I want in the final product. And it's a different dynamic, and you don't want to seem like a tyrant.
Yeah, and it also I think depends on a streamer's relationship with said subs. Like if you have really good artists in your sub community, and you're you would love to have them make emotes, like, but if you're not super close or you don't have that kind of relationship where, there's somebody you can call like a really close friend and they're willing to do that work for you for free, it's not, in the end, I think personally for me, if somebody's making something for my stream, I want to pay them for it. I don't like taking stuff for free, especially when it's professional quality work, like right now I'm working on, for example, one of my subs actually offered to help me with coding for my website for snowlit.tv. And she's a great programmer. And she offered to do it for free, but I refused to take it for free. I'm going to pay her. But we're still working on that. But once it's all said and done and it's all set up, I'm going to pay her for it. So it's one of those things that, like, it really depends on the relationship you have with your subs. If you have a friend who's, a great artist and they offered that, I mean, sure, why not? If they're really, offering and wanting to help out with your stream that way. But keep in mind, artists also have to make a living. Don't forget that.
You can't live on exposure.
Yeah.
Can't eat exposure.
It's not fair to ask people to sacrifice their time to do something for free when they could be doing that art for somebody else and making $15 an hour. You're asking them to do free work for you, and you're going to profit off of this work because some people subscribe just for the emotes. And another reason that people pay artists to do emotes is because the art style could fit the brand of their channel. And some subs, while they might be okay at art draw, they might make acceptable emotes. It might not be the style that you're looking for.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. People will sub just for emotes. Like, that is 100% on the nail. And if your emotes are all different, like if they, I don't know, when I look at emotes, I like to see some sort of consistency through them. It doesn't have to be all the same artist or all the same style, but if someone has 10 completely different emotes, I'm like, oh my, how do I even use these? So.
Well, I mean, how many of us, just as an example, how many of us know people in our chat that have subbed to Admiral Baru, the panda emotes? That's an example right there. I mean, you want to talk. I have subbed to people before because I'm like, you know what? I don't really even watch them, but that emote set, it's really good. I mean, seriously though, to answer the question, why do you pay for emotes? Because that's smart business. I mean, you get what you pay for with art, with design, with anything. I mean, there's a part of me, I mean, I on the one hand, I do understand why, you want to, for streamers, you're short on money, you can, it is money is a consideration, especially when budget is tight, but there's no way to honestly compare paid work and free work on really any level. Quality, ethics is not the right term. The idea of paying someone and that just being the right thing to do, pay for their time and their effort. I mean, absolutely. There's no situation that you're ever going to be able to point to something being free being better, especially when we're talking about something like emotes. Every time, 10 times out of 10, you pay an artist, and a good artist to do emotes every single time. It's going to be better than anything that you can make for free. And if someone, and going off of what what Kira just said, if someone is good enough to make work that should be paid for, you pay them. It's not that complicated a concept, to be honest.
I think as well, especially with the change in emotes that just happened recently-ish, a lot of people had all of a sudden like 6 extra slots. And subs and viewers change. They might not like your content anymore. You might not be able to contact them and have that consistency. Like if you have a face emote, all my face emotes are by the same artist. And if that was a subscriber and they're not a subscriber anymore, how do I get in contact with them to pay for this work? But with a paid artist, I know that they're like, a lot of you kind of establish this with research, but a lot of the time they're already established, they're going to be around for a while. They might be a little bit busy, but that you can, unless you have a disagreement, you could go back and contact them about it if you want to, or see who they would recommend with a similar art style themselves.
There's a great deal of peace of mind in having an actual business relationship with another individual when there's communication, when there's writing, when there's agreements. If you're just trying to contrast that with just saying, with having someone say, oh, yeah, I'll make this for you for free, and you don't have anything in writing, that's a nightmare waiting to happen if you wanted to take that anywhere serious.
As well, if it's that sort of thing, how do you know who has the intellectual property of it? So if I wanted to all of a sudden make a t-shirt out of my emote, I don't know what I would, but if I wanted to, knowing who owns the rights to it, so that I could monetize it in a different way rather than the original way it was intended, because I own it, it's mine. Instead of someone's made me a random thing and it's cool, but I don't know what I'm allowed to do.
One of the things that I will acknowledge that's part of the conversation, because people in chat we're talking about paying for time and effort, the moderators are coming into the discussion. That does add that's an interesting part of the discussion. There is something to be said for volunteering. We do tend to treat, artists and work versus moderators a bit differently, and I think there's more of a discussion to be had there. What I often find is that for moderators, the approach, I don't think it's fair to compare, for whatever reason, I don't think you can quite compare moderators and artists. And I say that more in terms of how when I've approached artists and when I've approached moderators. There's a difference in mentality between those crowds. I'd be curious what the rest of you have thoughts on that. Moderators are why we're able to do what we do, and they are the most dedicated people that we have in our channels. But I do think that there are differences between them, if that makes sense.
Very good points. So moving on to the last question, which I will probably just answer unless you guys have stuff to add to it here. But are unlocked emote slots reduced when the sub count declines? And the answer to that is no. Due to a recent change, actually earlier this year, about 3 months ago, Twitch made it so that now if you drop below a specific sub count emote threshold number, you still keep the emote slot permanently without having to get back up there to that number. It used to not be that way, but that change has happened since 3 months ago. So now they're permanent emote slots.
Yay.
Which is awesome, by the way.
Yes.
All right, so moving on then to the next question. This is from Kipisup asking, personally, something I struggle with a lot is viewer interaction. Not because I don't know what to say, but because I simply can't keep up with the chat, and mine isn't even scrolling nearly as fast as your chats. Do you have any advice and tricks on how to keep up with chat easily?
I recently got a vertical monitor, so I can see a lot more chat than I could before. It means I don't have to go and scroll backwards. So if there is a little bit of a lull, then I can see the top of my screen and I can be like, oh, I missed this point, but here's what I think about it. I guess it's helpful.
I just think a lot of it is practice. If you just are constantly streaming at a certain number of viewers, you kind of get used to the speed that chat moves. And at least for me personally, if I see like a increase in concurrence by like 10 people, all of a sudden I'm like, if chat starts moving a little bit faster, I'm like, okay, I have to like get used to that. And you just kind of slowly build up like an ability to deal with chat as it moves faster and faster, and try to read through it.
Also, yeah, I wouldn't be afraid to just pause the game for just a second to catch up on chat. As long as you're not doing it all the time, people aren't going to get frustrated. Just say, I just need a second to catch up on chat, and then we'll get right back to the game. But other things you could do is just scan the chat for your name being highlighted. I believe with BTTV, you can add extra things to be highlighted. So, for example, not everybody types Kira Corellia for my stuff. Some people just type Kira. So I can add to BTTV Kira, and then every time somebody says Kira, it'll be highlighted. So that way it's easier for me to see people's comments. So that might help as well.
And for the most part, if you have some sort of chat bot or something, you can kind of get used to just ignoring it. I think in some cases it can be nice to like respond to something going on with that or keep track of that. But I just, someone has to mention to me if something goes on with my bot because it just gets filtered out of my brain as I read through my chat.
I had to turn off the highlight thing because my bot says my name sometimes, right? And then I ended up just skipping everything that was read, so I had to turn that off.
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
that's like it's the bot.
Yeah, I've also mistaken my mods for my bot before.
Yeah, sometimes I don't read what my mods say all the time because I'm like, oh, sword, nah, not gonna read that.
Yeah, exactly, right? I've done that so many times.
I use my mods left and right, so I'm a hopeless mess. I think part of the question is learning to address it is learn to develop a filter. You don't need to, and by that I mean you don't need to read out loud and address every single line of conversation. It's good to start off getting used to, addressing that, but eventually you work towards figuring out, okay, like if an example, if two people are having if two of your viewers are having a conversation between themselves, you don't need to read the conversation out loud. So you'll eventually figure out, okay, they're talking with me, they're asking me a question, and you figure out what you need to respond to at any given moment and what not to. And that's important because if you're trying to focus on reading every single thing that's coming across, you're going to drive yourself batty. Versus getting used to prioritizing certain comments here, comments there, and then figuring out what you should be responding to. And of course you're going to make mistakes. You're going to miss some things. That's part of how it goes. But start working on developing that filter.
Very good points.
And that will really help.
Very, very good. All right, then moving on to the next set of questions. We have quite a few here from Forstraw. First, I guess we already answered his first question there, and it was, how do you get people to find your stream? Which, how do you get viewers? So we've already answered that one. But secondly, I have headphones with a built-in mic and 2 monitors to play the game and keep chat open on the other. What other equipment is needed to get started?
The PC tower.
You kind of do need a computer. Well, you don't need it. Not necessarily.
I'm playing.
You could have just a console, but...
I was playing, I'm sorry.
Well, it does make it easier if you have a PC tower.
A little bit. I would say, obviously the basic stuff, but you don't need a webcam. You don't need the best, keyboard and mouse on the planet. Equipment-wise, you don't really need that much other than the basics, as long as it's decent enough to run whatever you want to run, like a game, and the streaming software where there's quite a few various ones like XSplit, OBS, there's Game Show. There's a few different ones. I think all of us use OBS, which is a free software that you can download, and there's loads of guides about as well. But I don't think there's much equipment-wise that you need. Everybody agree?
Yeah,
okay.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of talked about that one.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Mic is definitely something you should definitely have. But otherwise,
Again, to me, the microphone is a required piece of tech.
I have seen some really super chill creative stuff which they've been typing, but I feel like it detracts quite a lot. So personally, I always go for a mic.
And see, that's with creative, I can see that. With a game, no, not a chance. So a mic I would say is required, but webcam is not required. The other things are not required. They may add to it, but they're not a necessity by any stretch.
Good points. So
and even on the microphone, you don't need to get the most expensive thing. Sorry, I had that.
No, you're fine.
You don't need to get the most expensive one out there. I mean, if we're talking about you want to start with something, okay, this is a gaming headset. Gaming headsets have wireless mics. You can't really see it, but they have
There you go.
wireless mics on them. That's a start. Okay, if you want to move on up, you can do things. I mean, there's lower. I mean, there's decent mics. Like the blue snowball as an example is the one I started off with. I think that's like a $70 or $80 mic. That's good.
I think it's
That's
less than
good.
that.
It could be less, but there are good mic. You don't have to shell out hundreds of dollars to get a studio quality mic to get started. There's plenty of cheaper options that sound pretty good.
Very good. So moving on then to the next question. How do you create overlays? In OBS Studio, but I think the confusion here is, overlays in general. How do you get them?
There are a lot of, Kira mentioned earlier, a lot of resources online to create your own. Again, you don't really need an overlay, as long as you have what you want on there. I don't really know, other than, like, I would read a few guides, because I think I read, like, 4 guides when I was setting mine up. And just review yourself and see how you feel with it after each, like, iteration of overlay.
Yeah, there's plenty of video guide in terms of. I mean, if you're trying to figure out how to use OBS or if you use XSplit, that's the other option. There's video guides on YouTube, plenty of places. There's really good resources. So literally you can do step-by-step video walkthroughs and you'll be just fine. And if you want to understand how things work, you want to understand like layers and ordering and scenes of that, you can. But do you need to know all that before you start streaming? No.
There are
My first
also
overlay was
sometimes
awful.
streaming resources where they offer free overlays for people to use. Like they label it as free explicitly. Don't steal anybody's overlays or graphics or anything. Don't do that. But I'm saying that there are actually like generic, like, the latest follower, latest sub, just simple overlays that people make and just distribute for free to the public. So you can definitely look for those as well.
Yep.
Same thing for panels, actually. Anything else? We good? So moving on to the next question. How do you promote yourself when it is bad etiquette to bring up your streaming channel in another streamer's channel?
That you don't. You network.
Exactly.
Now there's a huge people don't really understand, and this is something that's you could really struggle with as a new streamer, because it's part of that age-old question. Well, how do I get viewers? How do I get viewers? And that's a legitimate question. Now, promoting yourself is what you do on social media, on your stream, but when you're trying to get the attention of other streamers, that's networking. And when you go into networking, which is something that Snowy talked about a little bit earlier, you don't want to go into it saying, hey, if I host you, you better host me. Or if I'm going to raid you, I expect a raid. That's not how networking works. When you network, basically what you want to do is find out what you can do for that streamer. So does that streamer seem like they need viewers? All right, raid them. Post a link on Twitter and be like, hey, this streamer's awesome. Post a link in your info section. Here's one of my favorite streamers. It's Snowlit. And then, periodically you could just be like, hey, you guys know a really awesome streamer, Snowlit. Go check her out. She's great. Do some shout outs. Other things that you can do, if it seems like maybe their art isn't really up to snuff, but you're an artist or you have a friend that's an artist, you could put them in touch. What you want to do is help that person out. And more often than not, they will return the favor. But you have to keep in mind that bigger streamers, and not even bigger streamers, but medium-sized streamers too, have a lot of people that are trying to network with them, all at the same time. So it's very difficult for streamers of, I would say like my size and larger, to, host everybody that hosts us, to raid everybody that raids us, to retweet everybody that retweets us. It's almost impossible. So don't get frustrated if it doesn't happen overnight or right away or at all. It might not be that we don't want to help you out. It might just be that we have so many other people that we're already, helping or promoting or genuinely enjoying and trying to get other people to enjoy that. We just don't have the time or, the energy to be able to help you out as well. But don't let that stop you from networking, because that's truly the best way to grow your stream. You get the most from becoming a great member of somebody else's community. Like I've I've gotten so many like great viewers from being a part of communities within the Chillest than I have from, oh, well, let me retweet, this other streamer. I don't get anything from that. But from being a great contributing member of other people's communities by chatting, by donating, by subscribing, by following, by hosting, by rating, these are really great things that you could do to help out a streamer. And then in turn, they will show that love back to you more often than not.
Mhm.
I think as well, it's a good point that it's more Jovi. I can't pronounce your name. Jovitica just said it's more about building relationships, and that's how I sort of see it a lot of the time. Don't try and force a relationship, but if you do like someone's content and you do have some other connections to them, like maybe my cat looks the same as Sophie's cat, I'd be like, they're twins. So don't try and force it. But if you like someone, don't look at them and think, I want to like them because they have 300 viewers and they're going to host me. Look at them as, I like their content. I want to let people see them as well, and have it a bit more of a natural way.
And make sure, I would say, make sure not to be disappointed if it doesn't work out between, say you host someone and you are a part of their community and maybe they check out your stream and maybe you just don't resonate with them. That happens. We all like different stuff. And I think as streamers, we really want to promote and raid streamers that we really believe in. I don't want to host anyone whose content I don't want to show my viewers to. Maybe we just have different values or different chat roles or different content. That doesn't make you a bad streamer. It doesn't mean that you're not going to find people you resonate with better, So sometimes it just doesn't work out, and sometimes the relationship isn't there. Doesn't make either of you bad.
Sorry, I'm cracking up about bean tea. Anyways,
Bean tea.
Good stuff. Very, very good stuff. Yeah, networking, again, it's not a quid pro quo. That's a hard phrase to say.
Quid pro quo, Clarice.
Yeah, it's not a quid pro quo thing. Network to make friendships, genuine, meaningful friendships. If something comes out of it, awesome, in terms of support. Even if you don't get the support you want, that's okay. If you want, you can burn the bridges, but that just reflects poorly on you. It's in the end, having lots of friends on Twitch that are other streamers as well is not necessarily a bad thing. So just keep that in mind.
And we talk about etiquette, and I think we always want to, the concerns about etiquette are very real. And we don't want to, there's some of us that we don't want to overstep and, kind of in another person's channel, just, try to, we don't want to go into self-promotion, right? I do think that sometimes it approaches a point where streamers are borderline terrified of it somehow getting out that, yes, I'm a streamer, and it comes out in this channel. And in my experience, and this is the case for me, in my channel, if I find out that someone else who is a friendly part of my community is a streamer, I'm like, oh, cool. Actually, sometimes, especially if I really like you, yeah, I'll check you out. Or I'm at least willing to give you a shot. I think that in this fear of, or this response to self-promotion sometimes has a tendency to swing to the other extreme, which is where, we're trying to figure out how to network without ever saying we're a streamer. That's not going to work. That's not the way it works. It is finding a balance, but most people, again, if you focus on the relationship and you focus on being a part of their community, contributing and giving something to them, most streamers are honestly really chill about it. It's not as daunting as it might otherwise seem. At least my experience, I don't know.
Good. So then moving on to the next question. How does one get invited to join streamer groups, i.e. Snowlit's group? I assume they mean Twitch teams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some places are open to everyone. We did actually do an amazing panel at TwitchCon, which never got uploaded because I'm not bitter about this or anything, but I am. We did a Twitch Teams 101, and we spoke about this. We actually did a recap, so if you guys want to check out Snowy's YouTube, there is the podcast, or there is a highlight on Twitch as well about it, so you get to catch up a little bit. There's lots of things that a team can be, and you need to sort of look at what you want from it. But quite a few places have applications, or you contact the owner or moderators of it. But make sure you want to get in like a group that is correct for you. Like it would make sense for me to join a speedrunner team because that stresses me out. So it doesn't make sense. So research, and then in your research you'll probably find out how to apply to those.
Yeah, some are going to be by invite, others are going to be applications. And just general rule of thumb, if something is going to, you play by the rules. If something is invite only, probably shouldn't be sending in applications. If something is application only, don't beat around the bush, try to get an invite, try to skip it, send in an application. If they play by the expectations, I mean, that's the biggest thing that I can say. And it is amazing to me how often that's not how people approach it. Like if there's something for an application, there's going to be a lot of people that know this is a team you apply for, but they're going to try to do everything they can to avoid it. Send it in. That's the biggest thing. Like commit to their system and approach it on the terms that the team leader or the organization has set out.
Out of curiosity, have you guys ever, like during your streams, been asked, somebody's like, how do you join the Chillest?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I've asked
curiosity.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like,
Online and I mean maybe a little bit of, I think I've been asked online and offline. Oftentimes just out of curiosity, but sometimes out of people that legitimately want to know.
yeah.
There is a team page for anybody wondering, and soon a team website. We're still working on that. It's going to be chillest.tv. We have the domain, we just haven't set it up yet. But in the end, if there's a team you're interested in, check the team page, especially if it's on Twitch. If it's an official Twitch team, there are usually team pages for that. And usually they list what they're looking for, requirements, how to join, all that. If there are no requirements or criteria or how to join, usually there's somebody to contact, hopefully, on that team page. If not, then I guess you can ask. But otherwise, you know, when you're in doubt, just check the team page for information.
And a lot might have a team Twitter as well.
That too. Good stuff. So the last question from Forstraw is, what needs to be done to grow your channel to the level of becoming a Twitch partner or affiliate? Well, I can say for affiliate, there are set number of
Criteria, aren't
guidelines.
they? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll bring it up.
And for affiliates, it's an automated process. So once you meet those number of requirements, your account gets tagged to be invited immediately. Like that's what I've been told by Twitch staff. So
Yeah.
just FYI for affiliate, that's what it is. Partnership's a
I'll find
different thing though. You guys want to talk about partnership?
It's an application. There are guidelines set out, and there's a website, there's a spot where you can see guidelines, but there's no, if you meet this, you're gonna get partnered. You have to apply, and there's different things they look at, probably a lot more things than I think even people think about. And they'll let you know maybe if there are things you can improve on. Sometimes they don't, and it's a process. You just have to apply, but there's no limit to how many times you apply. They say on the website that every 2 to 3 weeks you can reapply. So don't be afraid to apply.
I wouldn't reapply every 2 days though.
No, listen to
they're
the
gonna
3
get
weeks.
annoyed. They're gonna be like, ugh. Yeah, there's as Sophie said, there's no sort of, you could have 150 people in every single day, but that doesn't mean that you fit the partnership criteria, because it's like a 2,000 character limit thing, paragraph, I guess, in that length that you have to send about why you think you should be partnered, essentially. So if you just write in there, I want to make some dollar, then you're not gonna get it. Probably. I mean, I don't know. But they do review numbers. And I think with the affiliate program, it is going to be a really interesting change in the partnerships team, but we won't necessarily see it. So they can sort of see what sort of support they get at an affiliate level and how that will transfer into partnership. If an affiliate has 200 subscribers, partner them. But I think that's going to play really interesting within the next few months.
Yeah. Partnership's a big topic. We've had actually this as a podcast topic in the past, but in general, it does take a lot more effort. There's no one recipe to getting partnership. So, yeah. Hopefully that's a good enough answer. Moving along then. Oh, do you have something to add?
But I was just saying, by contrast, in term, affiliate is not by invite. Well, it's not by application. It is by invite. It's a strict metric. You meet the requirements. You're put into.
Yeah,
you're put into the system. So
I
it is
posted it in the chat. So
Yeah. So that's that. You can see the examples there. So that's what it is. And the affiliate, I mean, the way that I see it is, it introduces you to the system, but you either make it or you don't. There's simple metrics. So once you reach those metrics, you're in.
Yep. So moving on then to this next question from Dubora Bora, asking, for those who stream full-time, what do you do for health insurance or dental? Mostly curious about American streamers.
I'll just sit and eat my cookies then.
Well, I will actually go ahead and answer this. Unfortunately, I actually don't have health insurance, which I know is incredibly risky. But I'm actually quite healthy as well. And I know that there's the whole, what if you get into a car accident? What if this happens? What if that happens? And I know that's a risk I take. I am well aware of that. Please don't preach it to me. But I am not able to afford it, even with Obamacare, unfortunately, because of all these other things I'm doing and having to pay off each month. So in the end, I have not a lot going on. To be able to afford something like, a $400, insurance premium or whatever. So that's a thing. I haven't had health insurance for nearly 2 years now, I think. I used to have it when I was in graduate school, but then after I graduated graduate school, it wasn't in effect anymore because I was no longer a student. So it's a risk I take, and I'm well aware. But one day I would like to be able to afford it. Fingers crossed that the healthcare system hopefully becomes something nice and affordable. But who knows? U.S. healthcare isn't known to be great. So.
I mean, I do pay for my dental, and I did recently have crowns, and they look really good, which are nice, expensive. But for some things, it could potentially be a tax write-off as well, because it is your appearance. If you are a webcam streamer, I've heard this, I haven't claimed it because it's my fault, but you just you budget, and that's the nest egg money for in case of emergencies, which you then build back up.
Yeah, for me, I've had health insurance. It's not quite mainstream, but it's an I think technically mine would be classified as an alternative service. I'm not quite sure, but I've had that for years. It's not tied to business or a job. It's something that I personally pay, and I've just continued to do that. That's really what it's been. Courtesy up until recently of the Obamacare rules, for the longest time, I was able to be on parents' insurance. That's no longer the case. Because over the age of 26, but yeah, there's a personal plan that I use that fits my needs and also fits my budget.
I'm super lucky my husband has insurance through his work. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to afford full-time streaming. I would have to get a part-time job just to afford health insurance. I do have some health concerns, so I have to have health insurance all the time. So if I had to buy my own health insurance, streaming, the lowest I could possibly get away with, and I would still be paying a lot on top of it, would be like a $400 monthly just for me. And that doesn't include paying deductibles, co-pays, medication, anything like that. So I'm super lucky that I was able to get on my husband's health insurance. Otherwise, I couldn't do this full time.
Yeah, I pay $350 a month, something around there for my personal plan. I'm only 22, so I should be on my parents' plan, but they have a business plan that I wasn't allowed to be put on because they were already retired by the time I was born. So I have a personal plan.
Everybody go subscribe to Sophie and help her afford health insurance.
No, I'm sad for you guys. Milk cookies so you don't get cavities.
I just hope that it gets better for, the U.S. especially. It's just, without diving into politics, I just feel like, I can guarantee you I'm not the only one of full-time streamers who just can't afford health insurance. There are so many people out there who just can't. They would love to have it, but they can't because there's other things that take priority, like paying off loans or paying off mortgages or whatever, right? There are big things out there that require a bit more priority, and so...
It's like when Kira told the story of cutting a finger open. Just saw it. And like yesterday, my nephew cut his hand open and we went straight to hospital. I feel so bad for you guys.
Yeah, so that's that. And then moving along then, we have a few questions here from Mike. First off, how do you switch quickly between scenes while streaming? And easily.
Keybinds. Keybinds, hotkeys.
You set that up in OBS. You go to settings, OBS Studio, go to settings, and then there's actually a little box that says hotkeys. And then you can just click that and you can set up just about anything. You can turn webcam on and off. You can mute your microphone. You can trigger animations and videos to play. It's fantastic. It's changed my life. So set those up.
I didn't know that. I've just been all tabbing.
Yeah, do it. Super easy.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, mine's such like Control and 4 so I don't accidentally do it. Or like whatever. So 1 through thing. And I rename all my scenes as well to correlate. So I know which number. There you go.
Yeah, for me, I've done like Alt or Control, Z, X, Z, V, B, N, M, things like that. Just really handy, just bloop, that although it's really, it does become awkward when I realize, oh yeah, I've tied this scene swap into my currency tab. Right. Oops. So you have to make sure that if you don't use keybinds, you use in the games. Outside of that, though, I mean that's the way to do it, and you can pretty much do everything with hotkeys. That's the way to go.
Good stuff, good stuff. So then moving on to the next question from Mike. How do you decide on a stream's branding? Do you have any tips for that?
Mine probably could do with updating, but mainly because I just want to change a few things, but I keep the key branding. Think about what kind of content you are putting out and what you want to put out consistently in the future, and try base it around that, but don't be afraid to change. I wouldn't go from where I am now, light colors and pillars, and then I wouldn't go straight to, Doom, playing Doom with all these dark overlays and stuff. It just depends on what you like. I sort of looked at a lot of things and a lot of people that I enjoy their content, and then I thought about how certain things could apply to me and how I would like to do them. I did actually get mine done by a professional, and I found that a lot easier. So we had like a mood board. There, mood boards.
I feel like this is going to sound kind of weird coming from me because my branding is based around one game, but I think it's safer to brand around your personality and yourself rather than a specific game, just because although you may be super into a game and think that you're going to stream it for the rest of your life or something, you might switch games, and then it's better if it's about yourself. And I say that as someone that's totally branded around a game, but I think it is safer to...
Well, there's also the idea of copyright of IP and stuff like that, because if you brand yourself around, for example, Pokemon, Nintendo is usually ruthless when it comes to their intellectual property, and they will do things like, issue DMCA stuff, takedowns and stuff. So it's just safer as well, legal-wise, to brand something original, or basically as original as possible from yourself, rather than based on existing intellectual property. And that also includes not just straight up stealing or copying other streamers' assets, because that is also, protected, and you can get DMCA'd as well, like if you steal other people's emotes and stuff. So things to keep in mind.
Don't steal art, we'll judge you.
Yeah, future-proofing yourself, kind of, more or less. Any other tips on branding before we move to the next question?
I just quickly wanted to mention, don't be afraid to let your brand evolve as your stream evolves. Whatever you set your brand as, day one, or whatever you thought it was going to be, could become very different as your community grows or changes. So, day one, you might think, well, it's going to be super dark and scary. But then, a year later, that might not be you anymore. You might want to be something different. So don't be afraid to evolve, and don't be afraid to let your community have a say in it either, because they might latch onto an idea and that might grow to be something a lot bigger than you thought it was. For example, in my stream we have bananas. It was originally just supposed to be the currency, but now we've got emotes and sub badges that are bananas, and it's bananas. So don't be afraid to just see where things go too. Let it just happen naturally.
Good points. Good points. Moving to Mike's last question: PC versus laptop for streaming. We touched on this briefly, but anything to add to that?
I've had one laptop in my life and I killed it, so I would personally say PC, because if one part of it fails, you can probably replace that part for a reasonable price. But if a part of your laptop fails, you're probably going to have to do the whole laptop.
I would say PC for a great many reasons. The customizability on the parts, the power of the machine, the multiple monitors. Like I could not do the streaming that I do on one single little laptop monitor. I've got my main monitor here. I have 2 monitors on the sides. There is no way I would be able to do this with one monitor. Not a chance. If I was relegated to doing things with one monitor, I would have to bring up either a phone or a tablet to be able to have the chat interface. So if we're talking about, you want to as something to get a start with, sure. But if you want, or some people do have travel rigs, but if you're talking about consistency, if you're talking about reliability, PC desktop all the way.
You also just get so much more power to value ratio for a PC versus laptop usually, as well as longevity, because laptops guaranteed will not last as long as a desktop PC does when you're straining it by streaming on it. So
I once had to sit my laptop on ice cubes, so
yeah,
never had to do that for my PC.
There you go. So moving on then, this is a question from Terraria Master. How long has everyone been partnered for?
Mine is 2 years in September.
Ooh.
Mine was 1 year last month.
9 months.
Mine will be 3 years in February. So it's
Working
I
on
guess it's
that.
like 2.5 years so far.
Get back to me later on that question.
You'll be there. You'll get there. It'll be awesome. Awesome. Moving on then to next set of questions. From KRZ Lover. As a first-time streamer, why Twitch instead of YouTube game streaming?
Because one is actually successful.
Oh, shots fired.
Personally, for me, if I was looking at it now, I'm gonna go there. The community on Twitch, I feel, is very different to on YouTube. Is how we're gonna phrase that. I mean, it depends what you want to do, but I do like the rules and TOS and code of conduct that Twitch have set out, and how receptive they are to the changes we want to make, or like that we want to see, and that they are doing and improving what they can do on the platform. And then there's some issues that have come up with YouTube, and you don't know, with it being untested, it's not been out very long. I personally don't know what improvements they have brought in for YouTube gaming. I think they added a little bit more mod support, but I think I would like our level of mod support that we have on Twitch.
Well, I never got a chance to check it out because, it came out after I've already, got my exclusivity contract with Twitch. But I want to say that Twitch still provides a lot more variety and moderation tools and control than YouTube streaming does. I could be wrong. Who knows? But I'm just saying I think that Twitch just, overall, you have more control. You have more of an established, just immediate tool set, even if you're just starting out, versus starting out on YouTube.
Yeah.
Does YouTube have emotes? Like Twitch does?
Do they?
They do?
They do? Okay.
Yeah,
That-
but
that's
they're
new.
like the mobile, like Android mobile
Oh.
emotes, like those.
Those,
They're really
like
ugly.
emojis.
Yeah, they're super
Mhm.
ugly.
I remember actually being intrigued with the idea of YouTube gaming when it was first announced, but shortly after it was announced, I'd have to remember all of the details, but the tech, the infrastructure, everything else behind it, I was left very not impressed. up into and including the fact that usernames could actually be real names depending on whether your integration with the Google Plus was a thing or not. The whole thing was a mess. So why Twitch? Twitch has been in this for longer. They know what they're doing. They know what they're about. And it was YouTube. What YouTube does very, very well is the stuff that we've known YouTube to do, which has been the set videos, what it has been this whole time. And YouTube gaming, as far as what was a live streaming service, I observed it, but it was like it started to launch and then it just crashed for a number of reasons. One of the things that I think, and people will talk about tech, they'll talk about all of these other things. I think one of the biggest reasons for me that I would continue to do things on Twitch, even if there was better support on YouTube gaming, is the culture. There's a huge culture difference, in my opinion. And of course, there's overlap, but there's some pretty significant differences between the culture that is on YouTube and the culture that is on Twitch. YouTube is very much a youth culture entity. That's not inherently a bad thing. But it attracts different people, younger audiences, younger casters too. I mean, as an example, I'm in my later 20s. I am over the hill by and large as far as what YouTube would be.
God.
I mean, look at the top casters on there. Look at who are the top 5, top 10. Oftentimes they're in teens or in their younger 20s. That's not the case on Twitch. If you're in your, there's a huge number of very successful people on Twitch who are in their early to mid 30s. It's a totally different group, and the audience that comes in is different. So the culture tends to be more mature, more adult. As a result,
Grandma's watching knitting.
But there's that. But they also, let's call it for what it is. Younger adults in the 20s to 30s range are going to have more disposable income than teenagers. And if we're talking about the business side of things, you're looking at subscriptions, that age range, the younger adults who have, a college or post-college, you're going to get many more subscriptions and tips from that crowd than high school. So that's the cultural differences, and like the older, the more mature aspect of Twitch is one of the bigger reasons that I would stick with that. It's more in some ways, and of course, again, there's overlap, and you're gonna find different pockets of different groups and styles. Of course, there's the younger audiences here on Twitch, but there's more. In my experience, there is more of a mature audience on Twitch than you find on YouTube, and that makes it, in my opinion, more grounded. And I really like that. I appreciate that a lot more, personally.
Interesting points. I like it. Anything else to add before we move on to the next question? You good? Okay, so how do you protect your branding asset? We kind of discussed it vaguely, but if it's something that you made for your stream and it's your own, and somebody steals it or copies it, like straight up, you can actually issue a DMCA takedown, and that removes it from their channel. But that's getting into legal matters as well. Otherwise, do you guys have anything to add for protection of your brand?
I guess if you can't go after someone if they've used, like, if you're using a super basic thing that you got from one of these free websites, don't try that on someone else. Don't try to go after someone. But I think our experiences have been things like emote theft and overlay usage, which just pay your artists or like do it yourself, but don't steal. It's not cool. It's not trendy. And it does also affect interactions with other broadcasters. Like if I know that a broadcaster has literally just copy and pasted and colored the hair slightly different as someone's emote, then I am not going to talk to that person. Like, why would I want to network with that person? So you're cutting yourself off from quite a lot of people as well.
Yeah, it just looks bad on you if you decide to steal or copy other people's brands, assets. So, well, moving along then to the next question. Can you be paid in cryptocurrency like Bitcoin and have your wallet address on your welcome page? I know nothing about cryptocurrency, so I don't know if you guys have any idea on this one.
For some reason, I thought you could be. I know that Twitch has a variety of different payment formats. Like people can subscribe to using gift cards, for goodness sake. So I'd have to check.
I think
you can be.
Sites.
Yeah, people
Yeah.
can subscribe to you using Bitcoin. And you can put your like a little link for people to transfer money to your Bitcoin wallet. But I don't use Bitcoin, so I can't point you in that direction. But yes, it is possible, and people do it on Twitch.
It's actually surprising the amount of sources people can use to. I remember hearing about the different options people have to have available to subscribe or just give money to a caster. It would say to me it was a shocking amount of options. It's awesome. I fully support that, but it was just like, whoa, really? You support that much? Wow, wouldn't have expected that.
Well, that's cool. Moving on then. I don't know how much each of us knows about this, but if you do have any idea, feel free to chip in. I don't have any idea. But audio cards for streaming and Pro Audio DAW. Best recommendation?
I don't know what that means either. So
I don't think you need one for streaming, but and I don't have any suggestions for you if you want one. I mean, the fact that none of us has a suggestion for you, I think points you in the direction that you don't really need one.
No, the only time you're really
Exactly.
going to need like high quality audio cards, you're looking at maybe like the top 5 people on Twitch in terms of viewership and performance, and even then, not all the 5 would have it. I would imagine.
Yep, there you go. So
Now,
then
if we're talking things like compressors or outside audio tech, that's different. But in terms of specific audio cards or like really complicated things, no. For me, I have a compressor or like an external mixer. A lot of people use external mixers, but you don't need to do anything even crazy with that. Just get a decent one that's solid and you're fine.
yeah, most people I know, they tend to go up to like a mixer of some sort with or without a compressor. So then moving on then, we have a next set of questions from Comrade here. The first one is, if you have other commitments that take the majority of your time during the week, how do you find the time and energy to get in and hit the start streaming button? With all the time that can be spent just tweaking your setup before each stream to make sure it's just right, I can't imagine how people get finished with work, school, or other commitments and then have the energy to spend starting up a stream.
I mean, I can jump right in there as my primary thing is caregiving and caring for like my brother-in-law and my nephews. It can be really tiring. I think most of the stuff I try to do is I try to do the prep work before I'm doing that. So if I have a good solid idea of what I want to do, I'll research all the things for like patterns or whatever before that, or even during, which is why I have my tablet. So that is not as much time required as soon as I start. There's always the Logitech issues, but I've got used to having to tweak them, and it's the energy thing is something that I struggle with sometimes, but you also do get uplifted by streams quite often, I feel.
Yeah, when people jump in the chat and they're excited to see you, that does help a little bit. I know personally, I just kind of have this mentality of just like power through. When there's something that I want to do, I just throw myself into it 100%. But I mean, that's kind of my personality. So when I was working full time and streaming, it was just kind of like, all right, time to stream. I do this until 9 p.m., and that it's just in my mind, it's not, I don't want to say it's an obligation, but I know that that's where I'm going to be from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. So I do it. And I just put a smile on my face and do it. And generally, I'd have such a great time. It wouldn't be a big deal, that I just got done with work and now I'm streaming and I'm exhausted. You could still muster up the energy to do it. And that, I don't think there's any advice in there. I'm sorry.
You
just do
gotta,
it.
just do it.
Just do it.
Unless you're going to tell someone else.
I know that
I mean, that's true.
Sophie, I was going to say, Sophie used to do school and streaming, right?
Yeah. And then I
how-
still do.
Okay, you still
but-
do. So can you comment on how it's like to balance having to do school and then have the energy to stream?
It's really hard. I've definitely dialed back on the amount of classes I take because of streaming. And I only take like 2 classes a semester right now, which really isn't much, but it is something on top of streaming, I guess. I would say, at least for me, like I think just having a routine, kind of like Kira said, like you're gonna be there. And it's that routine mentality that like gives you that second win, sort of, I would say, just because you're used to doing it. If it's one of those things, like if I take like 3 days off or something, or like a week off, or not that that happens really, but if you take like a week off and then you get back into it, it's like, oh man, that's like another thing I have to do now. Like
When
going to
it's
the
part
gym.
of the routine, yeah, I agree. When it's part of the routine, that's a huge part of it when you anticipate it. The job that I worked for 2 years, or I just really was doing it about the same time I started doing variety casting, was an electrician job. It was, I would work long days, sometimes 8 to 10 hours out on job sites, and then come back and stream. It was rough after spending things outside in houses, running wires through. It was, I was tired. So what did I do? Sometimes I would go and I'm not saying this is necessarily the best thing to do, but I would, down a coffee or down an energy drink or do something to do the casting. And sometimes that only meant that I could stream for, if I was doing 4 or 5 hours, I was really pushing it to my limits. The big thing was, again, am I feeling it right now? No, but I want to be doing things on Twitch. I want to be trying to keep pushing for this. So I'm going to find a way, even if that means, other thing that I'm pushing myself to the point where I come home tired and I'm streaming until, I'm exhausted. There were times where I was a couple of times where I'm really feeling it, and I'm blinking very slowly. I'm tired on the cast, but
Don't nap on stream, Codex.
I didn't.
Probably
I did.
against the rules.
Problem here. Yeah, well, I might have napped on a break stream one time.
I was there.
So I have done that, but there are strategies, and there were times where I just worked too long and I needed to take that night. I need to take care of myself, but it comes down to what do you do? If you can cast, do it. And there are things you can do to help, eat healthy, drink, get some energy if you need that. And ultimately, if you can only do, I would say this, if you can only do even 3 hours of a cast after a longer day, do 3 hours. You don't need to do, 5 or 6 hours of a cast for it to be good. If you only have the energy or the time available to do 3 hours, but you can do 3 hours consistently, do it. It's better than not doing anything at all.
Very good points. Moving on to the next question then. From Comrade, how do you decide what social media to use for your stream? And how much time to spend on it each day? Do you just go with what you used prior to streaming, or have you branched out for specific reasons? Is there any point at which you would sunset a social media account or retire a social media account?
I have done this. I used to have every social media on the planet, and it's just what value is someone getting on following on Facebook rather than on Twitter? What are they getting that is different to Twitter? So I feel personally, if you're doing these different things, then they need to have good enough content for each thing, because they're not the same. If I try to do GIFs on Facebook, I don't think that works. So that's not gonna think about how much time you want to spend beforehand, because it can take a long time to personalize each thing and personalize it as well. So make that connection in these different ways. I as I said, I used to have Facebook. I don't have it anymore for the stream. So it just wasn't worth the time that I didn't spend on it.
I'm the same as Tash. I retired my Facebook page for the stream. It's no longer in existence. It's permanently deleted. And the reasoning is because, one, in the end, all I ever had my Facebook page for was cross-posting my tweets. So when I tweeted, it automatically posted on my Facebook page. and that was okay, and that was the only thing I did. I didn't make any special posts for Facebook. But there's also a thing now where Facebook's like, if you have a page, you're gonna have to use a personal account soon in order to manage it. They're gonna require that, and I was like, I'm done, and I decided to delete it because I wasn't getting much value at all from my Facebook page, and it was just kind of another extra thing I had just because I thought I needed it initially. But I definitely have gotten more value and more reach from Twitter and then now Instagram. So I've picked up Twitter and Instagram. Twitter is still my main social media, but Instagram I've picked up in recent months because it's, there's actually, it's pictures. Plus I have a cat, so I think, kind of, post cat pictures.
Facebook have got one of those rules. Either they're pretty strict on using your real name, which obviously as a broadcaster is a worry for a lot of people. And that's not something I was comfortable with. Although Facebook did also buy Instagram, so it's like you can't have a personal Facebook and a stream Instagram because it tries to link them. So that's something to be aware of. Just so you know.
I despise Facebook. The biggest thing for me is I don't like the real name integration. And I wouldn't want that for me, and I wouldn't want that for my viewers. So that's why I've never been interested in Facebook, and that's not changing. The only social medias that I use are going to be Twitter and Discord, and that's pretty much it. I've considered Instagram, but that requires me taking photos, and I don't take photos, so that would be the most boring Instagram ever.
Yeah. I think Twitter's I want to say it's kind of necessary. I would say Twitter is like probably the main thing that I see streamers in general utilizing.
I feel like most people on Twitch use Twitter more out of necessity than interest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think from there, it's kind of like Snowlit said, that you can kind of take on other social medias as they come of general use to you. Like if you decide that Instagram would be good, then go ahead. It's one of those things where you just kind of play it by ear on what's going to work or not work for you personally, or what you have time for.
I think that's the big one. I mean, I would say that Twitter is necessary, Discord is necessary, but as far as the others go, it's all personality thing, whether you use them and you actually, if you would use them and if you can generate content from that, and if it fits you in your community, do it. If you don't. You can spend a good amount of time, like plenty of time, just focusing on, like for me, I do Twitter to have conversations with other people, and then I use Discord to have conversations with my chat. I mean, or with my community. That takes up enough time, and that's just fine for what I want to do with them, and that's just fine for our community. We don't need to keep doing more, but it's going to be different for other communities.
I hate to touch back on it, but I know quite a lot of creative people and casters do use Facebook, as it is pretty good for sharing things like that. But I, even as a creative person, have just taken that step because they are a little bit shady with your privacy settings. So always be safe over exposure,
A little bit shady?
I'm trying not to slander businesses right here. So we're just going with, I should rephrase, their privacy settings concern me as a broadcaster.
I've already fired the shots of this stream, so I'm hurt anyways.
I already called out Logitech, so who needs sponsors ever again?
Good stuff. So moving on then to the next question from Comrade. He asks, when it comes to software and occasionally equipment, there are usually situations where you can do what you want with what you have, but it will take more time. How do you decide when to spend money to save time, aka upgrades?
I'm really frugal, and it better bloody work, or else.
Yeah.
I drove my old PC into the ground until it literally would not work. So yeah, I try not to, like, there's difference between improving it, just a sideways improvement, which I don't need. Like if I wanted to change my microphone to a slightly tiny little bit better one, but that's $200, I'm like, no, I'm not going to spend that. But if I'm upgrading from a headset microphone, then that's different investment.
Yeah, the sideways upgrade. That's a good way to put it. That's a really good way to put it.
Yeah, I actually decided to upgrade because I mentioned last year I upgraded my graphics card and motherboard, processor, and RAM. Mostly because I was starting to play games that were a little bit more intensive. In particular, The Witcher 3. I really wanted to play that. And with my old graphics card, there was no way I could play it. I mean, I could, but it would have been struggling because I usually stream and game on the same unit. I don't have a dual streaming setup or dual PC setup. So that's when I felt that I needed to upgrade because my equipment, my hardware just couldn't meet the minimum requirements to be able to stream and game at the level and quality of games that I wanted to play. So there's that to consider. But otherwise, for the longest time, I think I kept my old setup for about a year and a half. No, actually, no, a year and 8 months, I think, before I upgraded. So
I did. My PC was struggling with Fallout 4 the other day, and I was like, "Well, 2 PC setup." It's not happening. I just turned the settings down.
I mean, I think it just comes down to, 1, can you afford it? 2, is it worth it to you? For me, sometimes it's like, oh, I'd really love a new microphone, but a new microphone, the one I want is $150. Is it worth $150 to me to sound this much better? Probably not. But, if I can get a new microphone, maybe I can get it used and it's only $50. Is it worth $50 for me for this much better? Yeah, okay. And I've got $50, so let's do it. It's just really a cost analysis. Just have to decide if that much is worth it to you and if you can afford it. Can you stream without it? And can you stream without it? Your stream will be what you want it to be. Then you probably don't need it. Yeah.
there you go.
It's probably in terms of webcams. I know we used to have issues with the painting ones. Power through. You can do it. There's software. And if you struggle with the software settings, screenshot it. Have it as a background. You can do it easily.
Well, moving on then to the last question from Comrade. It can be awkward to spend time networking with someone only to realize much later that they support some causes or hold views that you are strongly opposed to. How do you vet an individual that you're interested in networking with or who is interested in networking with you? How much time do you spend? And if they express interest first, how do you let them know you're not interested? Or do you let them know?
I personally feel like it's important to differentiate interacting with other streamers and advertising their stream to your viewers in a way, I would say, because there are definitely some streamers who I think are awesome people. And I go to their stream, but maybe they have very different stream values or a very different feel to their stream than me. So I don't necessarily think my viewers would want to be there because they're in my stream for a reason. I don't think it meshes well. But I also don't really feel like that's a bad thing or something you would have to let them know unless for whatever reason they asked you, but that would be a bit weird.
I mean, there are plenty of there have been far more, in my experience, if I was going to list out, in essence, if I was going to make 2 lists of people, casters that I really, really like, but don't really think there's much of a networking possibility there versus casters that, oh dear God, wouldn't want to network with them because there's problems. The one of streamers I like is going to be a lot longer than the other one. And this doesn't need to be talked about. I mean, there are plenty of reasons that, for whatever reason, people don't network with me. I won't network with other casters just because there's differences that it isn't necessarily productive or as productive for either of us. That doesn't mean it's a bad thing. The question, I think, is talking about what happens when it is bad, which are going to be rarer instances.
I think it's important to remember that when we're talking about networking, you don't have to reciprocate if you don't want to.
Yes.
If this negative thing starts to impact your community or your stream, then, we go back to how do you diffuse the drama. But honestly, if it were me in this situation, I would just not reciprocate the networking. And if they confront you privately or publicly, then you can say, well, to be honest with you, I love your content, but this really bothers me. And I just don't think that I can be associated with that. I hope you can understand. And if you should end the relationship, then, well, that's unfortunate.
Well, I think there's also the notion that sometimes you just don't click with somebody. It may not even be a specific reason, and that's entirely fine because everybody's different. People are people. This applies outside of Twitch as well. You will not get along with everybody per se. You won't hit it off with everybody per se, but that doesn't mean that you're enemies or anything. You just don't really click with them, so you just don't talk to them. Or they don't talk to you. And that's fine. That's how it is on Twitch. And there's no point in making a fuss over it, in my opinion. But keep that in mind that, sometimes you just don't click with somebody. And it's not because, you don't like them as a person. I mean, they're great people. They probably know you're a great person too. But you, as far as, building that, like we mentioned earlier in the show, make meaningful friendships, right? You don't have to be friends with everybody. You can be acquaintances, and that's okay. You can be, just colleagues on Twitch, and that's okay. You don't have to be BFFs with everybody you meet. So keep that in mind as well. Sometimes you just don't click, and that's fine.
And the message said, only to realize much later they can change. People do change, and I feel like the idea of the friendship can change as well. You don't have to support someone consistently just because you have in the past. And although that can feel slightly strange, either way, if it's not something you're comfortable, if I'm not comfortable hosting my community to that stream, for example, then that's my decision. Nobody else can make those decisions for your content, and I feel like that's important as well because it does reflect on you, those views, and if you're sending people over there, they might think the same, that you think the same as that person. So can we?
Very good points. Anything else to add before we move along? All right, so we're on the last person who submitted questions prior to the show. This is from Casual Run Gaming, asking first, do you believe bitrate in terms of video quality is still something new and growing streamers should be concerned with, or do you believe it is something that should increase as your community grows? Basically, sacrificing video quality for smoother, higher fidelity viewing experience for watchability, setting a bitrate that will allow fewer visitors to the channel to suffer from buffer.
This is a massive point of contention that we see people talk about all the time.
I encourage you to turn down your bitrate because there are people, in Australia with 1 megabit per second download. There are people that are watching on their cell phones. And if you turn your video up, you are sacrificing those viewers. Unless you're regularly getting bitrate, the video bitrate options, the control options, the quality options, that's what they are, then turn it down. Go to 2,500 kilobits per second, 480p, 30 frames per second. Bam, you're good to go. Usually I used to stream that all the time before I got partnered, and I would get complimented on how nice my stream looked. So don't be afraid to turn down your bitrate settings. It's not going to look terrible. It's going to look fine.
It depends on what content you're doing as well. There is no reason for me as a creative caster to have 1080p, 60 frames per second, 10,000k bitrate, because we're going pretty slow. We're chilling out. There's no, but something like Overwatch will take more than what I do. I think with the new quality options where you can choose the FPS and you can choose the quality, that's really great. And they have introduced that for loads more people as well, because it used to only be partners and then a few people, and then affiliates get priority, but they are expanding quite a lot. But if it's not something you guaranteed, then yeah, keep it at the minimum level or a good level. Because the quality, even as they are, the quality change, downgrades are not great in comparison. So I like to watch on Source all the time.
Yeah, I'd say though, if you do have quality options consistently, whether that's as an affiliate or a partner, you should have it at whatever you can put it at. I guess that's kind of like the question says, evolving into it as you get higher viewer counts or whatever.
Very good points. So moving on to the next question then. This is the last one from the pre-received questions. Do you feel branding is something you should already have set in place before you start a channel?
Have an idea, but not the complete, full, final vision of it. Have something, have an idea, and go with that. And then let it evolve. Or not let it evolve. Grow it from that point. And I say that because branding is all going to be your decision. It doesn't just happen. Pick a starting point and then go.
We spoke a little bit about panels earlier. So if you have even if you just have basic panels, make sure they are consistent in a style, in my opinion. It just looks a little bit more professional. Like you take it, even like something like that would take like 5-10 minutes on these pre-made things. So it's how much effort you're willing to put in, even for the basic thing, comes across when you're offline, I guess. So you don't need the full massive branding package, but to have consistency in what you do have, I think is kind of important.
All right, very good points.
Great.
So that concludes the pre-received questions. So the questions that we received before tonight's show. Sophie did mention she might have to hop out, so this could be a good point for her. So if you
Yes.
want,
Sophie.
you can do
Bye,
one final
guys.
self-introduction to let us know who you are, what you do, where you stream, and then,
Sure.
yeah.
Okay. My name is Sophie, but my Twitch name is Sophie. I usually stream Final Fantasy 14 every night. It's the MMO one, so not like all the other Final Fantasies. And yeah, I just have a pretty positive and community environment, so feel free to pop on by. So I will be seeing you guys later.
Sounds good. Thank you so much for joining us, Sophie, and answering some
Yep.
questions and just being awesome. And have a wonderful stream.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
See ya.
Wait, how do I? Okay, there we go.
I was like, what do I do? So that leaves the four of us. So we are
Giant.
we're not gonna answer all the questions that we collected because we have gone about 3.5 hours now. So we can answer a couple. I don't know if you guys saw any that were posted in the channel that you guys want to particularly answer.
Yeah, I saw a few.
I mean, I posted them there. Feel free to skim over them. If there's one, I'll go ahead and pick one to start out with that I think we should definitely answer. And then you guys can skim over and how about we all pick one question? That way it doesn't
Okay,
run
good idea.
too much longer. So let's see. I'm trying to figure out which one I want to pick. Let's see here. Okay, I think this has been asked by more than one person actually. So I think I want to ask this one. So this is from Mad Mike Gamer as well as I guess related in a way. Dallas DC 62 also asked it, but let me scroll back up. Do you guys feel that it's better to only have one game at one time, or switching between types is better? Say some days you have simulation, other days story games, maybe entice viewers with other preferences. And then Dallas was asking, is it better to stream an entire game to the very end, or is it better to swap between games each day throughout the week?
There's no one right answer to that question. I'd say one of the because there's different channels that do that they carry it out different ways. What I would say is, given what we were talking about earlier about consistency, and consistency applies to your scheduling, it applies to your content, personality, etc. If you're constantly changing games, that's not consistency. Now, variety casting by nature, you're going to be changing games at different times. There's different ways you can do that. So, of course, it's going to be, unless you are maining a game, like Sophie mains Final Fantasy 14. Unless you're doing that, you're going to have change across the board. It's not rocket science. It's going to have to come down to a judgment call for you. But there is a balance between not changing at all and changing way too much. And I personally, I would say changing way too much is worse than the other. Because at least if you find a game that takes a long time and you're sticking with it for a while, especially if it's working, well, it's working. And people having a game stick around for a time people are going to have much less problems with than like a different game every single day. That's taking it too far.
Yeah, I think if you're going to try do various games, at least try stick to them for a couple of days in a row, in my opinion. I, as a creative, if I'm playing a game on stream, I'm going to try pick one game so that I'm not, because creative is so varied, there's so many different things that could be, that if I'm going to play a game, that needs to be what the game is. A lot of people do set days for certain things, like a creative caster could only do a game on a Friday, and that is their game day. And that can work as well, so that people know what to expect when they come in, or like plan around it, or watch the VODs or whatever. I feel like variety has always been like a difficult path to walk, but I think a lot of us agree that I think it's preferred, because you don't get stuck into a game and then feel that you have to toil through it if you don't start to enjoy it as much.
I feel like also that a lot of people who label themselves variety usually stick to a certain genre or category or type of game, and they just do a variety of games within that. I mean, that's what I do, and I still call myself variety, but I do agree with what's been said, that there is such a thing as playing too many games that are different each day. That's a little bit too much, and that just spreads you thin. And so,
And it's,
yeah.
like, how can you focus on any of it when there's so many different things? Like, how do I know where you are in Fallout if you're also doing Dark Souls and no oxygen required, or whatever it's called, and also this? And like, how do you follow these different threads of story and other casters that are going to be watching as well?
Very good points.
I will say one of the frustrations I have with variety as a form of categorization is it is far too all-encompassing and far too vague. We use variety casting, but what does that mean? That there's so many, and we even when you say, I do this genre, like I'm an RPG caster, I'm an indie caster. Okay, what does that mean? I mean, that's one of the things about variety that I do think, for me, I've historically found frustrating, is saying I'm a variety caster in some ways doesn't tell me anything useful. We don't have other terms. It's what's there. It's the term that's come up. But it is, I don't know, that's just, I'm not really sure if there's an answer to that, but it's just interesting to know that variety, there is a change, but the challenge that you come into is you can say I'm a variety caster, but you have to then find a way to explain what that means, because 10 different people can say I'm a variety caster and it means 10 different things per person.
Very good points. Did you guys pick your questions yet?
Yeah, I have a question.
I got mine, but I'll go later.
No, you go first. I might change my mind. I already answered a little bit earlier.
just let us know who asked it and then read it out.
This was from Cat Brains asking, do you think there was a heyday of streaming and it's harder to get into now?
I don't know about heyday, but there are a lot of broadcasters now.
I think there's two parts.
Like,
yeah. There's two parts of the question. I would say I do think, well, harder to get into. I mean, are we talking about harder? What does that mean? I mean, harder to make it financially stable, harder for you to find success. There's a lot more.
Maybe harder to grow is usually what
I think grow is a better way to do it.
Yeah.
I think that it is more challenging potentially than it was before for a number of reasons. I personally, now I came into the Twitch scene late, admittedly. I don't adhere to this idea that there was a heyday of streaming. To me, the idea that there was a heyday is effectively saying that this might not have been meant by the question. So I don't intend to read into this. But oftentimes when I hear the phrase, there was a heyday of streaming, what that translates to in my head is, oh, streaming was awesome and wonderful before, and now it's And I'm like, no. Things have changed. There's things that are no longer around. But to me, I think the developments in streaming, I don't think we've seen the full potential to what streaming can be. It has changed. And change can be scary. It can be a mix of good and bad. But I don't think it's... I guess to put it this way, I don't think that it is fair to say that streaming is spiraling downward. I see no evidence to believe that. In fact, I see much evidence to the contrary. The nature of it has completely changed. You look at what Justin TV was, and you look at things now, totally different thing. I personally don't think it's bad. There's different challenges, there's more challenges, but there were, challenges and struggles that, when I hear, it's kind of funny when I hear people talk about, what it used to be back in the days before. There's times where I think, yeah, that sounds awful. You could only get partnered if you had 500 concurrent viewers, or you could have partners that didn't have sub buttons. That doesn't sound good to me. That doesn't sound engaging. So that's kind of my thought. Yeah, a mix of yes and no, but as before, it's going to come down to innovation and people's ability to adapt.
I think it's important to remember that what worked 5 years ago at the beginning of what Twitch is now is not going to work for us now. People have to find their own route and their own direction and how to grow. So it's not a heyday, but maybe certain things have had their heyday in certain paths. But there are so many different ways. So I feel like it's important to try innovate and grow more from that instead of just assuming that the same path is going to work for 50,000 people.
Yeah, I think it's just the fact that there are just more broadcasters now. And so, I don't necessarily think it was easier back then. There were fewer people, yes, but streaming has never been an easy route to success and, living, right? So you just gotta find ways to adapt and innovate and,
Get with the times.
Exactly. Did you guys pick your questions?
I lost it. I was looking for codexes. I was going to say, possibly you've mentioned it already. This is from Professor Pyrowise. Possibly you've mentioned it already, but do you find having a gimmick to be harmful or helpful? Giveaways, view-based games, or things where people might sing? I think it really depends on what you want to do with your content. Like, nobody can decide that content for you. And if people enjoy it and you enjoy it, that's up to you. I sometimes like gimmicks and I sometimes really dislike gimmicks. So there's a lot of that. People will love it or hate it. And then there's some middle ground. I like the singing. I like certain things people do. But there are things that I really, really dislike and it puts me off the stream. I don't know. It's up to you. For me, I don't have gimmicks. But that's mainly because I'm lazy. And we have tried viewer-based games, but that's more like, for me, viewer-based games is more another way to interact with your viewers and your audience and your friends and make more of a connection, not just in stream. I'm going to cough, hang on. I'm going to mute while I cough and die. Someone else chime in while I die.
I personally, I wouldn't call it a gimmick, but I do think that every streamer needs something that sets them apart from other streamers. And I think I would call that more branding than anything else. And I just personally think if you don't have something that sets you apart, then why should somebody watch your channel? And I think that all of us, every member of the Chillest has at least one thing that makes us unique from other streamers. For example, on my channel, I'm super interactive. We've got bananas, we've got the badasses, we're the biggest bunch of badasses on Twitch. You don't see that anywhere else. I think from that one phrase, we really created like this community excitement about being badass. And I think that every stream needs something that makes the viewers feel like, oh, this is special. I'm going to stick around and watch this because, ooh, that person sings. That's rad. I like that. That's cool. I'm just going to stick around and wait for her to sing again.
Greatest Jenny did mention I did used to have a pirate theme, and he asked if it was a theme or a gimmick. In my opinion, at the time, it was kind of my branding / theme, but I have moved away from it because I didn't fully commit to that theme. And I think that's important as well. If you're going to have a gimmick or a theme or something that you do, you need to like do it all or don't do it. I think like don't tentatively in and out with it.
I
Never,
like
like,
that. Embrace it.
Yeah, that's what I've heard consistently from character streamers is if you have a theme, it's all or nothing. If you're going to go down the route, if you're going to go for it, you commit to it 110% and you don't look back. Otherwise, you want to go with something else. I completely agree with the idea of having something that sets you apart from others. What I will say is that doesn't have to be that trait. Does not have to be you reinventing the wheel. It's not like the thing that you do has to blow Twitch's collective mind. Like nobody's ever done this before. Well, no, it can be your thing that sets you apart, but is not, rocket science per se. Maybe it is something. I mean, there are people who will do crazy things, but there's also, I guess the way I see it is, I'm looking for what your distinctive trait, and I can find other people that have similar traits, but this is what defines you. And that's fine. I can have, I mean, there's multiple people who are interactive, like highly interactive and energetic. That's fine. I can follow multiple people that do that, but I'm looking for the thing that defines this individual person. And so you don't need to overthink it too much. Find something that you can do well. Find something that you do well, and show me and show your chat what your strength is and embrace that. Build your content, build your branding around that thing or two things or whatever it is, and run with that. Play to your strengths.
If you do ever want to get rid of that gimmick, especially a gimmick like a giant rubber chicken that does a dance every time you get a sub. I'm pulling this out of the air, but if you have a giant rubber chicken that does a dance every time you get a sub, if you don't want to do that rubber chicken thing anymore, then you can move away from it, but you do have to be aware people are going to always ask you about the chicken. So
Yeah, make sure it's a gimmick that you actually enjoy doing. Don't force yourself to do something that you're not comfortable doing just because you think your community likes it, things like that. For example, I mean, I've done stuff like Chubby Bunny on stream for my long streams, little incentives like that. And it's, it's a little embarrassing, yes, but I mean, I still enjoy it. And if I didn't enjoy it, I wouldn't do it, on stream. So, don't force yourself to do something that you're not comfortable doing. So, good stuff. We have one more question we're supposed to pick, right?
Oh, you and Kira?
Kira's,
Yes,
right?
that would be me. I selected a question from Mad Dog Superior. Mad Dog asks, opinion on mid to big streamers hosting other mid to big streamers as opposed to smaller streamers who could use the support. I'm not saying opinion.
Your audio cut out there. I think she's done it.
Could you hear the question? Phoebe muted me.
Most of it. It was
Was it enough to start over?
I'm not saying they should, but just asking opinion.
Okay, I'm not saying they should. Just asking opinion. Okay. Personally, I don't think anybody has any obligation to host anybody ever. As far as I'm concerned, you can host nobody. You can host the same person every single day. It's your stream. You should do with it what you want. And I think people should keep in mind that if you're on certain stream teams require you only to host other members of that stream team. So you might be limited by the people you could actually host. Personally speaking, the way that I do it on my stream is I'll usually host or raid smaller streamers, people with under 30 viewers. And then every once in a while, we'll raid somebody over 30 viewers. Or, if somebody's doing a special event, then, generally I will raid them instead. If it's 1 year anniversary or subathon or something, we'll go raid them. But generally, I do aim for smaller streamers. I mean, we were all smaller streamers once. And I remember the struggle. It was hard. It's hard to grow on Twitch. And you really cannot do it alone. It's almost impossible. So I fervently believe in helping out smaller streamers. But that's only my channel. That's my opinion. Everybody's channel is theirs to do with what they want. They don't need to host anybody if they don't want to. You do you.
I think for me, I I do take numbers into account a little bit, but I kind of more aim towards what content is maybe the same sort of volume level as mine and what I would enjoy. So it might be great for me to stream someone who is bigger than me for the exposure, but if I don't like their content and I don't think the people that have been watching my stream will like their content, then I'm not going to do it. Especially, well, if we've had like quite a lurky night and everyone's chilled out and we're just sat, I will probably host where I'm going to go, but I won't necessarily raid. Like, I'm going to be hanging out in this stream for a while. You don't have to come, but I like the content, this XYZ about them. Or here is a creative streamer, they're really chill, you'll have a great time, you can have a nap. So I think for me, it's less, I don't know, it sounds really bad. It's less like me thinking I'm going to drop all my people and show all this massive support. It's kind of like, I really enjoy this person and I want you to enjoy this person. So you should go see them. It doesn't not necessarily matter if there's 5 or 500 people there, but it does matter. Like, I do take that into account, but it's more like consistency with content and who I enjoy, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with what's been said. I think similarly to both Kira and Tash on those regards. And usually when I go raid and host, it's usually somebody who has fewer viewers, especially fewer than I'd have. And on the rare occasion, I do bring my community to somebody who's bigger. But that's really rare, maybe like once a month kind of deal. Because personally, I'm not a fan of doing that myself, just because I don't know, and it just almost seems like, especially if it's a massive streamer, you kind of get washed away, you know, and you're kind of like, well. But I've also seen other people bring streams or bring raids to me, which I appreciate, but sometimes it's a one-man raid. To me, one person, as in there's literally not more than one person, and they come in and they're like, raid, 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 and they're spamming my chat. That's not cool. I don't like that personally. If literally like you are the only one, the streamer is the only one, and they're spamming their own name, that to me is basically self-advertising. So to me, that's not cool. So like generally when I give advice about raiding and streaming and stuff like that, or raiding and hosting, I tend to tell people to do it usually around their size, their channel size or viewership, or smaller, because it works out much better that way. And for me, I also like to support smaller streamers. But yeah, things like straight up blatant, like, you know, streamer A comes in and it's like streamer A raid, and they're the only one posting it, then I'm just kind of like, I don't even acknowledge it as a raid. Like, I don't tell my community to defend or anything, because to me, one person and literally the only the streamer themselves, that's not a raid to me. So
it can be really awkward as well. Like when you host someone, it makes me really uncomfortable when they're like, "Is this a raid?" And I'm like, "No, we're just hosting. Please don't do that. We're all asleep, but we like you. Sorry, I'm gonna go now. I feel bad for not raiding now, but so don't do that. Only do it when they start raiding, or we'll cry and probably not host you again because we feel like we're being judged."
Right. As I guess my take on this, as someone who definitely knows what it's like being a smaller streamer and having been the recipient of bigger streamers, like my teammates here, and that's why I was able to do this and get traction on Twitch. It's awesome being able to get those bigger raids. It makes a huge difference. It's a huge boost of confidence. There are a lot of reasons to do that if you have an audience, and I like being able to know when I'm able to give that back. The one thing I will say, which is just a word of caution, thinking about this issue, and I this comes from me just having this talk, this very question about hosting smaller channels, medium or big coming into small. I've seen that so many different takes on that conversation in Twitch, on Twitter, all over the place. And the word of caution that I would offer with in this topic is this: don't see. I strongly encourage us to not see medium or big streamers that don't host smaller ones as the bad guys, or as they are not being supportive, they're not being encouraging. No, that's not accurate, and it's not fair. There are a lot of reasons that are, if laid out, most people, I think, most reasonable people would be able to say, okay, yeah, this makes sense. Reasons why medium or big casters would not host smaller ones, or would choose to focus more so on medium or big ones. And that can come down to business decisions. It can be personal decisions. And they make that choice not because they don't care about smaller casters, not because they don't even like smaller casters, but there's more reasons to it. And so that's just the only thing there. It makes a huge difference. And I love being able to, again, I love being able to be the recipient of that from a bigger caster coming to me. And when I'm able, I love being able to give that out. But I have too often seen those bigger casters be maybe not straight up vilified, but approaching that. And that does give me pause when I see that. That to me is taking it too far and is not a healthy way to view it.
I touched on it earlier as well. I'm sorry. I keep thinking of points. When you, like, in my opinion, when I host someone, I'm giving my recommendation about that person. So if they are not necessarily a bad person, but if they have some views that I disagree with, my community could think that I agree with that point or that I endorse that kind of conduct. And so there is also that. So that could play into big broadcasters just don't have the time to sort of vet these smaller broadcasters that they might want to support. They just don't know them yet. And that's important to think about as well.
Very good points. Yeah, I don't think it's bad. Again, I echo what Reaper said. I don't think it's bad when mid-sized streamers don't host smaller streamers, you know, or don't raise smaller streamers. It's just, and also like Kira said, we try to support everybody, but we can't support every single streamer out there, you know. And so, just gotta understand the streamer's viewpoint and why they host or raid somebody and not another, I guess. So that's it then, I think.
Yeah.
Well, that wraps it up. We had a lot more questions that were submitted during the show, but we're gonna have to skip on those because we're actually out of time, unfortunately. We've gone to nearly 4 hours. So, thank you guys, everyone who submitted questions before the show tonight, and everyone who submitted questions during, as well as everyone who just joined the discussion in general tonight. Lots of really good questions, lots of really good topics overall. Don't forget to follow all of us. But before we end the show, we are going to do a brief round of self-introductions again, in case you don't know who we are, starting with Tashnar.
Hi, it's 3 o'clock in the morning here. I am Tashna, a primarily creative broadcaster focusing on pixel art, but we have also been doing a epic very first playthrough of Fallout 4, which I'm super enjoying. Come free. See, that's where I am. This is the level. I have a lot of snacks. Join us if you want to not have snacks, but watch me eat snacks. And do loads of crafts. We do various things, and we're really positive. And naps are for good people.
Awesome. Next is me. I am Snowlit. I am the creator and leader of the Chillest. I usually stream every day but Sunday. I do it full time. I stream action-adventure RPGs and story-driven games in general. Recently, I've been working on the Kingdom Hearts series as well as Persona 5. We started that last week. And the Crash Bandicoot remaster on PS4. I've also usually done stuff like The Witcher 3 and Horizon Zero Dawn and stuff like that. So anything that's really story-driven and just a really immersive RPG, I tend to play. I'm all about the winter theme because I love snowboarding and I love colder weather in general. I also love turtles and my cat Fade, who likes to invade my stream all the time. So you will guaranteed meet her if you watch my stream. So next would be Reaper.
Me, I am Codex Reaper. I'm a late night variety caster. We keep things chill and relaxing. I'm the stream where if you fall asleep, I take it that I'm doing my job right. So I've been doing a lot of Final Fantasy 14. I read things all the time. If the game has quest text, I'm all over that. And so I tend to read. So I read a lot, I interact a lot. We keep it chill and relaxed in the kind of in those later hours. I go from, what's my time frame? About 8 p.m. Pacific to about 4 a.m. So, and that's on the U.S. side. If you're over in the UK, then I'm there for your morning sessions.
Very good. And then last, but definitely not least, Kira.
Hello, I'm Kira Corellia. I am a variety streamer here on Twitch. I stream story-based games, and I also put together Lego sets on my stream, which is a whole lot of fun. Both of those things, a whole lot of fun. I hope you'll stop by and hang out with me. You'll also get a chance to meet any number of my 5 cats. And if you save up your stream currency, you can bribe me to give them treats and pet them for you. It's a lot of fun, really great, welcoming community, so you will absolutely be welcome there. So come check me out. I stream Friday through Tuesday. So come see it. It's fun.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we are not the only members on the Chillest, if you're wondering. We have 18 total members, so please do check out everyone on the team. We actually had Sophie on earlier as well, but she had to dip out early to start her own stream, so... but like I said, there's 18 of us. We're all about the positivity, welcoming communities, and high-quality content. We have speedrunners, we have creative, we have variety, we have Final Fantasy 14, we have all sorts of stuff, so definitely you'll probably find somebody that you'll enjoy. So check us all out. I want to thank everybody for submitting questions and joining the discussion tonight, and all of you guys on the show for joining me and answering questions and discussing and all the good things. Thank you for spending time with me, guys. You guys are fantastic. So
I'll
follow
take that $30 now.
Thank you. And if you're wondering, the VOD will be available on YouTube, and the next episode will be in August. So get excited. Have a wonderful night, everybody. This is where we say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Take care.
My mind just drift away.